Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome to Final Fantasy V Forge of Fiesta, where I'm randomly given another new job that I have to use and cannot use any others every time I reach one of the crystal or job distribution points, if you will. And today is actually unusual for me, but actually perfectly standard for anybody else. What I mean with this is, I'm not adding any additional stipulations. This is not a solo character or a two-character run. This is nothing crazy where I'm trying to do anything particularly difficult or dangerous. This is just a casual Forge of Fiesta with the standard rule set on the Super Nintendo version. Hello everybody. You couldn't get it. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Tony. Well, yeah, as I said, I hope that it is fixed now. Alrighty. It's going to be nice to just kind of not having to worry as much about it anymore. It's going to be interesting, I guess. So what are you playing, Final Fantasy V? Yes, this is Final Fantasy V. So, for the uninitiated, the Forge of Fiesta is effectively like a annual challenge run and thing that you can do if you want to. There is a set of rules in place, and the set of rules goes as follows. You basically register on the website in some capacity, and then you're assigned randomly one of the jobs that, depending on your rule set, gets assigned. In this case, this is just a normal run. So, the first job that is going to be unlocked for me is going to be White Mage. As soon as I reach the Wind Crystal structure, I will be able to just turn my characters all into White Mages, because that's how Forge of Fiesta works, and then that's gonna be that. Until I get to the second crystal, where I will unlock the second job class, and then I have to have at least one White Mage and one of the water job classes in the team. Water could be, let's say, Mystic Knight. So then I would have to have at least one White Mage and one Mystic Knight in my team. I can choose how many Mystic Knights and how many White Mages as long as there's at least one. And so on and so forth until the third and fourth crystals. And once we reach the final crystal, there's going to be one of each of these jobs available in our teams. And that's the idea. So, this is the Final Fantasy V Super Nintendo version with a fan translation. Fun fact, one of the oldest, actually really well done fan translation of any like video game or Super Nintendo game. This fan translation is older than the PlayStation version that was released, which is quite interesting because it did so many things a lot better than the PlayStation version, to say the least. I see, yeah. I hope you can relax and, well, enjoy yourself for a while afterwards, Tony. Because it's nice to be able to just run outside and not have to worry too much. Around here, the masks are still mandatory in public spaces, which makes sense, because even if you can no longer get the thing, it is still going to be a concern for transmission. But it's still definitely a lot easier on your mind. Alrighty, so first of all, what I always do is I set the configuration. In this game here you have a set of configurations you can choose. What I'm choosing is Battle Mode Wait in this case. Wait is the default setting, and basically this means whenever I get a turn in combat, I have a few, well, a few seconds or moments until the enemies start moving. Battle speed is set to 5. This is more of a difficulty setting rather than, well, battle speed really. What it does actually is, if you put it to battle speed 1, enemies are not going to wait, even if you set the battle speed to wait, so to speak. They are just going to go on their turn. You effectively get 0 time to act on your own volition. Effectively, compared to the enemy, you actually lose time, because they can decide instantly what to do, and you have to actually do some menuing in order to get to your next ability. So 5 is where if I want the enemy to go, or if I want to wait on enemy action, I can just wait in the menu, and it is reasonably easy to do so. But also, I don't have to wait too long, which 6 would be like, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds waiting until the enemy finally moves. I don't actually know how long but it kind of feels way too long at 6. But 5 is just kind of a happy medium. If you're really good at menuing, 4 is actually perfectly fine as well, to just go quick enough before you lose any in-game time, so to speak. But 5 is just comfy. Battle message speed for fast, so the messages in combat are over as quick as possible. Command set is short. This is basically the difference between, you have a list of abilities and actions you can do. At the top is the attack command or fight command. The second one is your first job ability. The second one is whatever second job ability you have equipped. And the fourth one would be the items. So basically, instead of a list, I now have up is attack, down is item, left is first ability, right is second ability in my command. It takes up a bit more screen space, but it's quicker to select, so I prefer this. Gauge is the like a little action bar in the bottom right. And it basically, you can technically disable it, but then you don't exactly know when you're going to get a turn. It basically turns it into Final Fantasy IV for that matter, in a weird way. But also, you actually can see your MP, I think. It at least shows you something a little bit more than you would otherwise have. Like, it's not all just turn it off for no reason. Then stereo, mono, I think that explains itself probably, although I do not know whether it actually works with my setup. Memory cursor, so the game actually remembers where I had my cursor last in both the battle menu as well as the overworld menu. Re-equip, whenever I change job or an ability, it is automatically going to put the optimal items onto a character. Or empty. Not putting any items onto the character at all. I'm gonna actually choose empty this time for once. I usually go optimum because I'm just used to it, but I'm just gonna change it up. Then we have also controller, custom or multi. I actually have no actually never looked at this menu. I didn't even realize you could rebind your controls in this game. And single and multi-control is, you literally can assign various characters to be assigned to various, well, controller people. This is actually technically a multiplayer game, if you will. And then color for the menu. I don't really have a preference right now. Let's go. Enough explanation. I'm not gonna be paying attention to the story much at all. This is, to me, more of a casual playthrough where I'm just gonna go. That way I can sometimes maybe just shut down my brain and we just do things. And I can talk with chat. Go, Mona. I mean, I guess we can see whether it makes a particular difference. Alrighty. By the way, fun fact. The idea of doing an entire playthrough without taking any damage stops right here. Because this goblin here literally will always hit you, guaranteed, because you don't have a shield, there's no chance to evade, he has a 100% chance to hit, there is no 1 in 256 glitch like in Pokemon. So you will get hit here. And there's nothing I can do about that. Please select a name. What name do we choose today? You know what? This is standard. Let's just go with the good old Moth instead of anything else. But You want to add an additional T before the Z. That's fair. Alrighty, I'm actually going to go ahead and... It actually does make a difference for me. I don't know whether you can hear the difference on stream, because I don't know whether it actually transmits mono or stereo sound. I think it technically does. It might be very subtle though. Welcome to you, the Wicked Viking. Hello. I hope you have a nice day. And thank you for the host, I appreciate that. I really need to change that sound sometime. Technically it is a very, very short just click sound, but the website has trouble with that for whatever reason. So I should just kind of change it up to be something a little bit more gentle sometime. Hard to tell for you without headphones on. Yeah, I always have headphones on pretty much. I see. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. And I hope you enjoy your lurking, and I hope it's not too distracting for you at work. Grabbing the Phoenix Stone, that's an item in order to revive a fallen ally in combat. Fallen means mostly unconscious, not actually dead, because that's a difference in the game actually. Or at least story-wise. But I will probably just say dead anyways, because that's what I'm used to. It's like you kill a Pokemon, you don't knock them out, because that's just kind of how we are used to language. Even though you defeat them. They faint, they don't actually get killed, obviously. Same difference, basically. Alrighty. But yeah, Phoenix Stones are actually worth quite a lot in Final Fantasy V. They cost 1000 gold. If you want to buy them, and you can sell them for 500, which initially, in the early stages of the game, is a decent amount, let's put it that way. Alrighty, so, yeah, I'm gonna talk about the White Mage once we actually get the White Mage. We're just gonna walk through. In case you're curious, because this is the normal rule set for Forge Up Fiesta, there's no chance for me to get any other wind job at this point anymore, which means no thief, sad face, but also no knight, which means there's no point in trying to go for the Brave Blade run, which, to be fair, I probably would anyways at this point. Just because I'm trying to do more of a comfy run rather than anything else. What do you deal with only thieves and monks like your current run? It's actually an interesting point. Thieves and monks in the early stages of the game, especially monks in the early stages, are actually really good overall. And the combination of thief and monk is actually, in my mind anyways, pretty decent overall. Like, the main downside of monk specifically as a damage dealer is you don't have any elemental attacks. It could be pretty tricky to try and defeat like Biblos, although it's not nearly as bad as if you had just thieves. But the thief itself, usually in combat, it is well, actually very weak. But thanks to having monks in your team, you can give them barehanded, and even if you use knives with the barehanded, they actually would deal pretty competent damage overall. In fact, that would kind of cover the biggest weakness a thief has, which is really low strength and damage output as a baseline. They still wouldn't have that much HP. But I personally love having a thief in my team just because it is really good for like just kind of general support. Being able to just... Why is the music or the sound effect so weird? Just me? Either way, Thief is really nice for general support because it is super fast as a class. It has the highest agility. And even if you just use it for throwing around potions, it's actually pretty competent with that. Natural makes things worse. Oh, but you have a classic run. So you can't even mix and match. Thief is quality of life the job. Yeah, being able to dash, never a back attack, guaranteed run away. Such a nice thing to have. And on top of that, there's a variety of really useful items that you can steal. The sound effects are really off. Is it because I messed around with the mono and stereo sound? Yep, still sounds really weird. I don't know why that is. Oh. My OBS did have trouble cranking up the sound of this thing today, so maybe that's why. But yeah, if you can't mix and match the monk abilities and thief abilities, then... it might be a bit trickier, I guess. But if you can mix and match them, they actually complement each other really well. Again, the main downside as monk for the damage dealing is it needs to have a decent level in order to deal competent damage. And the thief, while it does have good weapon to deal damage, it doesn't have the strength to do so. And if you put... Well, actually, in a weird kind of twist, once you're past the early game, unless you overlevel the monks, if you can put barehanded onto thieves, then equip them with some decent knives, they're actually going to be better damage dealers than the monks. Maybe that's a stretch. But at least they would be pretty decent. Sorry, I'm kind of slightly distracted. I'm getting back to you in just a second. Alright. Have you ever done a solo freelancer that has all job abilities? No. I have also never done a solo freelancer with no job abilities. But that could be like just a fun solo run once in a while where literally everything is unlocked from the very beginning. Because it would be kind of fascinating to try and mix and match the abilities between characters. Actually, so here's an interesting thought. I may want to just... Where do we save over? This is fine. I may want to just go ahead and level up a bit before getting the white mage, because once I do get the white mage, leveling up is gonna be a little bit awkward. So I should just knock out all the enemies along the way, I think. Huh. Hang on. I actually kind of wanted to keep butts in the front, but I was wondering whether this is because of the multi-controller, where different characters have different sound effects. But because everything is stuck to one controller anyways, it might not make a difference. Yep, I think that was it. It just has different sound effects for different characters if you have multi-controller thing enabled. That's very interesting. Hello Jeff, welcome. How are you doing today? So, thanks to having picked up the broadsword, Galuf now has a weapon. What level do I want? Like level 5, I guess. It's probably sufficient. Could have given the broadsword over to Lena instead, since she usually will attack earlier anyways. And her knife is literally the weakest weapon in the entire game. So, could do different. White mage is always rough at the start when you have no damage. Maybe. I'd have to say White Mage is also very safe overall. Like, it's not difficult, it's just slow. But it will certainly, well, take a while, to say the least, to get to the second crystal. But White Mage is definitely one of these jobs where, for me, it's like, just gonna be slow. It's fine. Hey, Moldwins. Moldwins have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir. Elixirs are full heal for MP and HP. That would be kind of nice to have. Also, we can get one staff here. I don't remember... So we already had a White Mage starts at some point in the run for Top Fiesta opening race. I don't exactly remember what level and what strategy we used, but I think we're gonna get through without too much trouble overall. What level are we now? 3 across the board. Let's get 4 across the board and that should easily be enough. Because we just need to get past Carl Boss. Then we can level a little bit more easily in the ship graveyard anyways. In your current run, you got 3 elixir drops in the ship graveyard, just walking through normally. Nice. Yeah, it is a rare drop. Then again, it's only 1 in 16, so it's not too terribly unlikely, but 3 is definitely more than average, so that's pretty neat. Gain some levels. Alright, everybody is 4 across the board. That is sufficient. I will probably buy some leather caps too, because that's gonna be nice for Galdura as well. Leather caps only provide 1 defense, but 1 defense this early on, especially over the course of a longer combat, which it's going to be because we have slow white mages, can actually make a difference. Alright, welcome to being a white mage, everybody. White mage is one of only 2 classes in the Super Nintendo version, 3 in the Game Boy Advance version, that cannot equip any knives. Knives are some of the best weapon types, so we're gonna lose out on basically the best weapon type. Actually, yeah, it's pretty much the best weapon type, the knives that is. But look at the bright side, we have Cactus that look pretty good. Like, I really like Galuf's outfit in the white mage gown. It's pretty awesome. Actually, I mostly like Galuf, to be fair. Either way. We are level 4, and that should easily be sufficient in order to take on the next boss coming up here. Also, here we're going to be asked whether we want to learn about how to change jobs and stuff like that. Basically a mini tutorial. But I don't need it, so it's fine. Thank you. Bye bye. Alright, and we also get fully healed while getting out of here, which doesn't really mean a whole lot, because we also get well, some rest in town, just kind of cutscene-wise anyways. Which actually is an interesting point. Even though everybody technically sleeps story-wise, if Ferris leaves the party here while being rested, or while being knocked out, Ferris is not going to change at all, so she actually will leave unconscious your party and then rejoin you unconscious again. It's kinda weird. Also, here we go into the beginner's house. Well, I'm not a beginner in the game in general, which, if you say that you're not a beginning, she just knocks you out of there. While I'm not a beginner in the game in general, I'm beginning a new adventure here, so we get a bunch of items from this. No loitering. Bonk. You kinda like white mage starts to get flails at least. Yeah, flails are nice. But you need an offensive water drop or then it gets rough. Yeah, oh, to be fair, pretty much every water drop is offensive, I dare to say. Wait, you can buy leather shields? I actually didn't know that. I probably knew that at some point, I just forgot. Either way, I'm just gonna buy leather hats because I'm going to replace... Well, actually, everybody has a leather armor anyways. No need to buy any of these. But I do want to buy 3 more staves. Hello and welcome. Because these are literally our only weapons that we can have at this place of the game. Staves are actually worse than the knife that Lena has. So when I said the knife is the weakest weapon in the entire game, I suppose I didn't really consider the implications that there are staff weapons as well. There is a number of problems with the staff weapons. Among other things is they basically use the axe formula for determining damage, which means they have a huge swing in how much damage they can deal. They have a 5% chance to miss, and the baseline average damage is rather weak, let's put it that way. Whee! Rainbow Go Slide. Let's see, what would be the least offensive water drop you could get? I don't even remember. Let's see, water drops are Red Mage, Time Mage, Summoner, Berserker, Mystic Knight. Yeah, pretty much all of these, as long as you choose a normal drop class, you will get something that is pretty competent in dealing damage one way or another. Probably either Time Mage or Red Mage, but they both can break rods. Yeah, I was thinking initially Time Mage, but you know, Hasten Slow is ridiculously good. So even if you don't break rods, it might be slow-ish still overall, but it's going to be even easier to never die, really. Which is quite fascinating. Hello, and welcome. And Red Mage does have, well, level 1 and 2 spells. They might deal a bunch less damage than Black Mages, but they still have the access to the spells, which are decently strong, especially if you know which element to take advantage of. Is Mime a possible class in this rule set? No, you would need to go for a pure Chaos rule set for this. If you are playing Chaos/Pure Chaos and are somehow stuck with only White Mage until the Fire Crystal, you think you would be fine? That's only the Liquid Flame fight, right? Well, maybe. If you get a Fire job that is either Ranger or whatever the other one is, Beastmaster? No, not Beastmaster. Whatever the other one is, you only get after defeating Biblos and Ifrit, then it might get a little bit dicey, because only White Mages against Biblos is tedious. Definitely doable. I've done it with a solo White Mage, but it's not the most fun thing to do. Yes, Mime is technically Water Chop, but practically it is not in that rule set, so to speak. Right, we also get our first spell here. That's gonna be Cure. You know what, let's pick up Scan as well. Why not? I'll probably pick up Antidote later when I have a bit more money. But before that, get a little bit more money. I'm going to sell the Ether that we picked up earlier in order to buy a bunch of potions. Can't use the Leather Shield anymore anyways, or the Broadswords, so we might as well sell these two. But actually, I'm never going to use the dagger. I'm going to keep the knife just so I have a weak weapon if I actually want a weak weapon. And sell the Ether for 750, it's pretty good for that. Alright, I'm just gonna buy the Antidote spell right now, might as well. There we go. Got antidotes. Do you plan on running the Fiesta on the Pixel Remaster coming soon? Maybe. I mean, I'm probably not going to do a regular playthrough, so a Fiesta would probably make the most sense. Is there a release date announced for the Pixel Remaster? I will almost certainly check it out at some point. No guarantee when though. Alright, Ferris, you also get the full set of equipment things. And that's all we need. Let's go and visit the Carl boss. Final Fantasy 1, 2 and 3 come out later this month, not for 4, 5 and 6. Okay, I see. I don't... Well, maybe this is the time for me to play Final Fantasy 2 and 3 someday. I'm most interested in 3 because I somewhat know the least-ish about it. But we'll see. I'm actually almost more interested in playing the original NES, well, Famicom version, fan-translated obviously, because I don't really know Japanese, than playing any of the newer ones for that matter. Because I don't think I would necessarily play Final Fantasy 2 or 3 for like necessarily purely enjoyable reasons, but part of my enjoyment often comes from seeing where a game and a series originally comes from, seeing where it prototypes what the original ideas were, how they translated into newer games and all that kind of stuff, where you can basically see the structure and elements already present in the older games that were then subsequently transferred into newer ones, and also other things that might have been dropped. So I personally actually like that concept. Final Fantasy 2 is basically Saga before Saga was a thing. Maybe, I don't know. Saga, as well as Legend of Mana for that matter, feels like basically the leftover ideas and concept of things that were never really used in other, like, more mainline entries of the games that they came up with. I don't know how accurate that is, this is kind of the sentiment I get from them. It punished you for changing jobs. Isn't that also part of the original? Either way, real quick here, we have Carl Boss. Carl Boss has 650 HP. We don't really have particularly good damage output, so this will take a while until we blink away at its HP. In the first turn, it has a 2 in 3 chance to paralyze and attack a character. In the second turn, it's a 1 in 3 chance for each one of its abilities. A regular physical attack which paralyzes, as well as a tail screw attack, which puts a character into critical HP. The attack or the ability we would like to see the most is the one where he doesn't do anything aside from just do a physical attack, which is effectively 1 in 3 chance every single turn. Next turn it's guaranteed physical attack or physical attack with paralyzation, which paralyzation is significantly more likely. I'm mainly using Lena here for healing, because I think, and I didn't calculate it this time at least, I think she actually has a very slightly less damage than the other characters, because she starts with actually 2 less strength than Ferris and Galuf, and even 3 less strength than Butt. So that was the tail screw attack. Puts your character to 9 HP or less, but, well, we're right mages, we have a damage. There's the 5% chance to miss with the staff attack. Not great, but, you know, with more than 1 white mage, this is not nearly as bad as it could be. Actually didn't pay attention to how much MP Lena has. Okay, she can cast it 4 more times. Also, from the damage number there, I think she deals basically the same damage as the other characters, so I don't think there's an actual difference. Usually if you wanna go for optimization, you will just kinda figure out, alright, Lena gains her attack multiplier usually 1 level later than most other characters. That's just kind of how it is, because, well, often 1 strength difference doesn't make a huge difference. It makes a little bit of a difference. Also, if I were to multi-target Cure instead of single target, it would basically get its effectiveness halved, but 4 targets are affected. So it's basically 50% but times 4 in a certain sense. But in this case, a lot of the healing would be wasted, because most characters are more or less at full HP. Easy. Now, I've kind of been thinking, you know how they, in Mega Man 2, they actually had two difficulty settings. One was basically difficult, which is effectively the same settings as the original Rockman from the Japanese region, as well as an easier version. I think a simple flip switch to make it more or less difficult would be nice as well for that. Then again, frankly, there's not much of a reason / chance I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy IV anytime soon. I have no nostalgia for it, and while I think it's an interesting game, well, I'd rather play through Final Fantasy V again. Oh yeah, Butts is about to get knocked out, huh? Or he would anyways. But I feel like we should be done soon. Oh. I wanted to heal all with Lena, but I didn't pay attention to how much MP she has remaining. So I'm gonna heal everybody with you. That way everybody is guaranteed to survive at least one more attack. There we go. Took a while, but was absolutely no trouble. We had so much healing still left over in all the other characters aside from Lena. It's pretty straightforward. Didn't PSX Final Fantasy 1 have two different ones? Actually, yes, it did, in fact. That's an interesting point. It had original scaling, and then it had increased scaling, which, from what I can tell, increased was just more interesting to briefly play through it. You kind of like the charger system in Final Fantasy 1. It prompts some interesting strategy and resource management questions that you lose with a pure MP system. Yeah, honestly, I do think that a charger system, like a spell slot system, so to speak, does have its benefits. Because it's different gameplay. MP is just kind of more straightforward, more streamlined. Which, well, whatever your preference may be. Then that is your preference. For me personally, I think either one can be interesting, but at the same time, I personally don't really worry too much about that. You could run an MP charges would go to 99 instead of 9. Let's see. Offering choices isn't a bad thing. Yeah. Honestly, especially, like, one of the other benefits that I personally see with the charger system over MP system is you actually have a reason to not just spam your most powerful spells, because that would usually be the most efficient thing to do anyways. You can, at the very least, use the lower level spells more efficiently, or more specifically, you have to, in order to be able to, well, get anywhere with it. Also, we just picked up a flail. A flail is a very convenient weapon. Also, let's put everybody in the back row, which gives a pretty significant attack damage boost for a white mage. Now, it still has the Axe formula, and, well, the downside of this is still the same as it was before, in fact. It has a huge damage variance, but on the bright side, it does in fact pierce enemy defense, so at least you get that going for it. But it also has a 30% chance to miss, which is ridiculous. I suppose another benefit of the flail is you can attack from the back row for full damage, but you know, that's kind of where the benefits ends. And a white mage does not get another weapon. Literally, it does not get another weapon until halfway through World 2. It's pretty crazy. Either way, literally all the enemies in the ship graveyard are considered undead, which is kind of convenient because we are white mages, so we can just area of effect cure all of them and defeat them really easily. The Forest of Moor, indeed. I was kind of trying to think of a way to express that without necessarily... Oh, hey, an elixir, cute. Without necessarily, like, just naming a name that some people might not be familiar with. I guess the Forest of Moor is literally about halfway through the game. More like 55 to 60-ish%, I would guess, depending on how much you want to do in the end game. You did 4 white mages long ago, Atmos was the only roadblock. Did you forget about Biblos? Or did you figure out a secret technique against Biblos? But yeah, actually interesting point of note. Atmos would be a huge pain, huh? For 4 white mages. It was 1 for single white mage because you literally had to outlive its damage, but at least with 4 you could conceivably get some damage in, although chances are you would not get enough damage in before it runs out of MP. Yeah, Atmos would be a roadblock for 4 white mages too, huh? You did all cross runs besides Zerk when this came out on PSX, just been 15 years. I see, yeah, that's fair. On PSX too, wow. That is quite some effort, to say the least. I had the benefit of other people have already done this, so I can take full advantage of knowledge and information. So doing this, especially when you didn't necessarily have anything to look up with, that's pretty crazy. Nice. There's a 2005 class run guide on Game FAQs released. Huh, interesting. Actually never read that one. Do I want to do a little bit of a grind here? Probably just a little bit, because I need to worry about Bagiza and Forza, who are going to be hitting decently hard. I don't know what my level goal would be, like level 8 maybe? 8 or 9, I think that would be sufficient. Good morning to you, Rhacodactylus, and welcome. How are you doing today? Let's empty the MP pool maybe once, and then kill everything on the way. I think that would be a fine way of going about it. Oh wow. Lena and Ferris almost combo the enemies before they get knocked out. Just by themselves. Brewing coffee. Enjoy your coffee. And welcome. Oh, thank you. I'm not sleeping well again. Well, I managed to sleep well once, so that's a plus. In general, not so sure. I'm not sure I understand the question. Biolocar. I don't know what the pronunciation is supposed to be. I'm just choosing one that seems fitting. Oh, I see. Oh, by the way, these undead rusks also have a 1 in 16 chance to drop. An elixir each, so there's actually a lot of enemies around here that can drop elixirs. This room here is kind of one of my preferred grinding spots, because the double undead rusk encounter has 2 chances for an elixir. And for a solo white mage, I grinded up 99 of them. It took a while. But hey. Sometimes people do silly things. That includes me. Second elixir, very nice. Okay, 3 more encounters after this. Then Lena is out of MP. The reason why Lena has less MP despite having a higher magic power stat than Ferris is because she was a lower level when we slept earlier. Level 99 at this point in the game. What level did you leave the area at? Well, the thing is, I actually initially ended up grinding... Like, I went a bit further than this initially, because you don't one-shot these guys with Cure 1 until a bit later. So I ended up going for... like, well, later in the game, really. Before starting the grind for all the elixirs. So I had Cure 2 in order to one-shot the enemies rather than, you know, attacking them multiple times. But I did leave World 1 at level 62 or something like that. Because I figured the best place to grind is in fact in World 1 against the Hydras, rather than anything else. They really don't like Gelef. So rude. Might as well go to sleep right now, rather than worrying about Galef healing. That way we recover our MP as well. But yeah, it wasn't until a fair bit later where I think we started one-shotting all the enemies with Cure 1, rather than Cure 2. And that is when the real grind began, when I was decently high level already at that point. Also begin a bunch of job levels and another elixir. Good timing. So I think I want to hit level 8 before encountering Siren, which actually might take a little while. What's our maximum HP? You know what, our maximum HP is sufficient. I'm not gonna worry about it. And good morning to you, Dalek, and welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. This is when you deal the most damage, kinda. We can't really deal much damage to the first form of Siren, so you're a bit restricted in that respect. Let's just go, it'll be fine. I see. Good morning. And welcome. Alrighty, welcome to the next boss fight. This is Siren. Initially, she starts with her humanoid phase. There, she will just cast 3 spells, some of them completely harmless, like Scan, and others will be of more significant properties. Armor would reduce the physical damage she receives by half, but the catch is, it actually disappears as soon as she turns into her undead form. In her undead form is when we can actually use healing spells in order to damage her. Basically, initially, she has really high magic defense and really low physical defense, and that kind of flips around when she goes undead. So we can very easily just use Cure, Cure, Cure and Cure again, or even potions you can throw at her if you don't have a white mage. So, sitting in the back row, where she only does physical attacks, is kind of an easy way to avoid getting knocked around. So all we do is literally just sit here, cast Cure until she decides to give up. She has 850... actually, is that right? I think she has 900 HP? 850 or 900, I don't remember. Either way, we should defeat her with the next volley of attacks here. Because I don't think she is going to turn into her regular form anymore, because she's gonna be too slow for that. And goodbye. Depending on whether you defeat her in the humanoid form or undead form, you either get a bronze armor in humanoid or a bronze shield in the undead form. Alright. And we can use the antidote spell in order to remove the poison that came with the bear hug. Bear hug is basically just a strong physical attack that applies poison as well. That's the only difference between that and the regular physical attack. Alrighty, welcome to Carven. In Carven, we can go ahead and buy some more white magic spells, which are gonna be very nice, as well as actually a very slight upgrade in armor. It's not a big upgrade, in fact it is pretty tiny in comparison. It, I think, literally gives us like one more defense, let's see. Yeah, one more defense. It gives us a bit more than that magic defense, which is slightly irrelevant, I guess. But while one defense doesn't sound like a whole lot, and honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it isn't a whole lot, it actually is a decent amount overall. Alright, we're gonna cast Mute as well as the armor spells coming up, which Mute silences an enemy for, I think, about 3 turns. Depending on how fast they are, their turns are gonna be over more or less quickly. And armor effectively reduces incoming physical damage by half. Sometimes due to rounding it's a bit more than half, but generally speaking it's half. So that's pretty neat. And because we're largely going to be sitting in the back row, it's actually going to be quartered to the physical damage we receive. So the main dangerous source of damage coming towards us is going to be largely physical. But then again, we also don't deal a whole lot of damage either, so... well, this might just take a while, let's put it that way. Hey Baskra, you finished the Fiesta. Nice. You beat in Morrigan Shinryu too. Congratulations, that's pretty awesome. Welcome to the Northbound. I don't really have a reason to fight anything in here. Largely because it just feels really inefficient. I feel like I should have just taken my time to go to level 8 anyways now. I don't really know how level 7 is specifically going to work out against Galura, but well, we'll see, I guess. Also, what I should do is I should actually put everybody into the front row, because if we get back attacked like this, and we got a few already, I guess, if I put everybody in the front row, they're going to be flipped back to the back row if we get back attacked. So we take significantly less damage whenever we get back attacked. And because we can run away pretty much guaranteed before we get attacked, it makes it pretty simple. By the way, the chest on the bottom here, that I'm not gonna pick up, contains a soft item, which removes petrification from a character if you do get petrified. It costs like 150 gold if you want to buy any, so I mean, you might well pick it up, but we're not gonna get petrified anytime soon, so I'm not gonna worry about it. How did normal work? Can only get a chop from each crystal pool. Yes, indeed. So basically, the first chop we got was either going to be a white mage, blue mage, black mage, or a thief, monk, or a knight. One of these 6 chops would be chosen for the first job, which one is random. In this case we got white mage, and the next one is going to be chosen among red mage, mystic knight, berserker, time mage, and something else. I don't remember. Also, we're gonna use a tent here. The tent recovers 1000 HP and 100 MP. I'm mainly using this in order to recover the MP that we have spent in the meantime. That way we have plenty again. Also, I'm gonna put everybody in the front row for now. Alrighty, and welcome to the next boss fight already. This is gonna be Magisa and Forza. Magisa only has 650 HP, but once she drops below 300 remaining, she will call in her husband Forza, who is going to effectively hit like a truck, as in he just does a lot of physical damage all the time. Also, I should not have put Ferris into the back front row. I should have kept her in the back, or put her in the back, I guess, because she has a long range attack here. Either way, she largely casts 2 sets of spells. One is fire, ice, or lightning at the beginning in the first turn, and then the second turn she is going to cast drain, do a physical attack, or cast like wind attack. The wind attack is the one thing that does not get silenced because it's blue magic, but everything else, if I use mute on her, should be silenced. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and use an antidote for Lena here. And mute hit first try, that's very good. It does not guarantee to hit, actually. Then we're gonna start armoring up everybody. Basically, just preparation turns. She doesn't deal a whole, or she does not frequently attack physically, as in a 1 in 3 chance every other turn. But if she does, well, we would be defended. Also, she just tried to cast mute. And mute is... well, it's a black magic spell that would deal a ridiculous amount of damage and heal her for that much too. But, well, because... she is silenced, she cannot do that. Fire is the second spell that she cannot cast. Let's start attacking with the flail and missing 30% of the time. She does not have any evasion, it's literally just, well, too bad you missed type of deal. And we start hitting her. Not much damage, but, well, she doesn't have that much health. Actually about the same as Carlboss, I guess, now that I think about it. There's the physical attack. So, now, I pretty much always want to attack with Ferris, because Ferris has the highest damage potential. But I want to make sure that she gets muted every 3rd turn. And then we just attack, and eventually she's going to call in Forza, her husband. You can technically skip that phase if you can deal enough damage to knock her out from above 300 HP remaining to below 300 HP remaining, but good luck doing that with white mages. They are not really well suited for that, to be completely frank with you. And I'm not counting damage either, so she will just call him whenever she calls him. We'll see. attack number 2, there is blue magic, as mentioned before, that is actually not being silenced. And I'm gonna just use Lena's turns to heal, because I'm pretty sure she deals less damage than everybody else, because she has just slightly less strength. It doesn't have to be. It basically... Final Fantasy V operates on level thresholds, level strength thresholds for damage attacks most of the time. So yeah, here is Forza. We're going to continue hitting Megisa because we want to knock her out before she can heal and support Forza too much, because she's going to cast Regeneration on Forza, which actually only heals him for 4 every once in a while, so it's actually very little healing. But might as well just keep her locked down anyways. Or try to anyways. Tackle, that is the dangerous attack. Also, apparently, she can cast spells again. So should silence her again? Well, I suppose we're permanently silencing her. Gonna single target cure Lena here. And we're actually gonna move Galef and actually everybody into the back row here. Since Ferris is going to be the best damage dealer here, he has like 800 HP or something of that equivalent. It's a decent amount, and he is also decently fast, so there's that too. So without a flail, we would deal very little damage anyways, and he still hits like a truck despite us having armor equipped. So we're just gonna defend with everybody and only have Ferris attack. So basically, we're in the back row, halving the damage, having armor, halving the damage again, and defending, halving the damage again. So the damage we received is reduced by 8 times effectively. Except on Ferris, that's only 4. But yeah, that way we can just mostly do the same strategy until we once in a while need to heal. But we need to heal significantly less often, which actually, curiously enough, ends up being faster than trying to attack with everybody. Maybe not necessarily in Forza, I actually don't remember the exact strategy, but it is pretty much guaranteed faster on Galura doing this exact strategy. And yes, white mages cannot equip rods. Here, the ice rod is grayed out. Staff is not the same as a rod. So we cannot attack it with it, or use it for that matter. Even if I was holding onto the ice rod for Galura, I actually would still physically attack with it. Because, well, rods are generally speaking terrible weapons for like doing regular physical attacks. It still deals damage from the back row, and probably more reliably in a weird kind of twist than the flail. Well, if we could equip them. And yes, you need to equip the rods in this game to break them. Unlike Final Fantasy VI, if I'm not mistaken, where you can just break them either way. Also, the main reason why we choose Ferris for doing the attacking is because she has just ever so slightly more agility than anybody else, meaning she gets her turns slightly faster. You can see that by her almost getting another turn over both Butts and Galaf here right now. She's soon going to lap them, so to speak. What was the name of the staff that casts Holy? Staff of Light, I think. By the way, curious point. Butts has actually one more agility than Galef. But at the beginning of battle, you roll either +1 or -1 for your speed. Galef must have rolled +1 and Butts must have rolled -1 which means Butts is actually very slightly slower than Galuf in this fight in particular. This lasts the entire fight, in case you're curious. It's not just the very beginning for the start of the turns. Unless it just rolls them every turn, but I think it only rolls it at the very beginning. Actually, not entirely sure. First time you've heard of random speed modifier? Yeah. It's a thing. And welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. Probably should heal Ferris here. Also, there's kind of a weird case of like sticky ATB due to how the entire system works, where if I get the same turn at the same time here, I think all three characters are now going to effectively stick their turns together. Because I think they just more or less get like one tick of ATB mechanics in between. Which means now, because they more or less get the turn at the same time, they would just continuously all get the turn at the exact same time. Only if you are at least like 2 speed faster or something like that, maybe 3, I don't remember, I don't know the actual number. If you are once you are a significant amount of speed faster than your allies, only then you basically disconnect their turns. But that's kind of part of the reason why Butts was technically 1 speed slower than Galuf, but their turns just stuck together. It's really curious. You might think I should go and pick up the healing stuff, but I'm too lazy for that, so I don't think there's actually anything I can buy for the white mages in here. Magic is only for Time Mage and Summoner. There's no new weapons for a long time anyways, I already established that. Can only buy flails once you arrive in Karnak actually. And we already have the cotton suit. Yeah, there's nothing here actually, huh. I didn't need to come here. I'm actually gonna test something real quick. So I just activated multi-controller, but all the controllers or all the characters are still controlled by me. So technically it is just single character or single player multi-controller. But it seemed like the characters, in fact, have different sound effects for when they get their turns. Like different characters sound differently for some reason, which I think is pretty interesting little detail that I never knew about, because I never accidentally even, or intentionally for that matter, activated the multi-controller thing. Because I don't really have anybody around here to play. Sad face. And another meteorite lands. Initially we think that the meteorite is the bearer of bad news, which is more true in a more literal sense, because they actually arrive in response to bad news, so to speak. But they are not the bad news themselves. The meteorites are innocent, so to speak. You're trying, but the arms don't reach. Rip. I like that lurky emote. That's neat. And welcome to the water tower. Whatever, let's just go. I was considering just either calculating or just going one level higher to figure out whether that's gonna be more efficient against Galura, but I'm too lazy for that. Those Ricard mages have a chance to drop you a fire staff, 1 in 16 chance. So if you play Forge Fiesta and you have a black mage in your team, and you decide to use the break the frost or ice rod against Magiza, you can get another rod here. Might take you a while, but it's definitely a thing that you can do. You like the lurky style of a character peeking over or under something? Yes, I agree. The first time I've really seen a lurk emote was from Background Guy, and I thought that was just really adorable, and I really wanted to have something similar. The Moogle is kind of my favorite lurk emote still. Alrighty, so we did actually get a silver ring as well as a silk rope. And we're gonna put these onto Ferris mainly, and then we make sure Lena gets the leather shoes, and I guess Galaf doesn't get anything. There was like some specific setup depending on character layout, so to speak, that you want to have in order to optimize, so to speak, in order to guarantee survive like 2 hits from Galura. Hello and welcome. So, Galura is a bit of a different case for a boss. It's a bit like Forza earlier, in terms of how I want to defeat him. The thing is, Galura hits really hard, as you might be able to tell, and its main gimmick is that it will counterattack once it loses 400 HP. It has a grand total of 1200 HP. So we're actually going to employ pretty much the same strategy as I did earlier against Forza, where I will be having just only Fairies attack and everybody else is defending. But this is actually going to be even more important, because every time Fairies attacks, Galura can counterattack up to 2 times, which is certainly less than ideal, because we're going to take a ton of damage, because especially since one of these 2 attacks can also be an attack that inflicts the HP leak status, which is less than pleasant. HP leak is effectively like a very fast poison. It does run out over time, but, well, it still hits decently hard. Also, Galura does have a decent amount of physical defense, so staves are not gonna deal the greatest damage either way. Neither is the flail whenever it misses, for that matter. I'm still gonna start putting the other cactus in the back row. We're nowhere close to dealing 400 damage yet, but I think we're just gonna stick to this strategy here. Defend. I mean, I guess we can attack for now until he counterattacks. But our damage, especially from the back row, is just going to be terrible. Terrible is a word. It's almost not even worth attacking with them, because they don't have reach weapons like Fairies does. 57. Alright, one more good hit and Galura will start counterattacking. Okay, needs a little bit more than that. Alrighty, we have dealt 404 damage, and Galura is now starting to counterattack. That was a 1 in 3 chance for Galura to not do a second counterattack. It is the same chance for Galura to, as well, do a second counterattack with a rush attack. There it is. The rush attack, as mentioned before, is HP leak status, which means the cac that gets hit is going to rapidly lose HP, and especially the longer I wait in the menu, the quicker Felix is going to lose HP, so to speak. So it is pretty strong. The quicker you menu, the less HP you lose. It's not quite how it works, because if you wait long enough, it's going to teeter off as well while you're sitting in the menu, but close enough. Either way, 1200 damage total we need to deal. It's gonna be slow, but this is actually the fastest way to deal with Galura with 4 white mages. You can arguably go faster against Forza by just having other cactus attack in the front row too and healing, but real-time wise, this is the fastest way. We do not want to attack with the other cactus because their turn economy is better spent literally defending halving the damage that we take back, most of the time, unless he specifically hits Ferris. That's actually the weird reality of this boss fight. It's not difficult, but it just takes a while. That's just how it works. Okay, you do not have any more MP left, so I have to largely heal with Galuf and with Butts. We're halfway. There's another rush attack right there. Hello and welcome. No, Garula is innocent. Garula is just very confused as to where it ended up being here. Please be nice to Garula. Garula is completely peaceful unless it gets possessed and, well, is rampaging around because of that. Because if you meet the Galura outside of the, well, tower, all it does is it just looks at you and then it walks away. Very nice and peaceful. Please be nice to your local Galura. Oh, you're out of MP. Need to start using potions here. You have a fair bit more healing power here left, Moff, so that we're gonna use that. About 100 HP remaining. 106 to be exact. Alright, one more good hit and we're done. Actually, we just need to deal 7 damage. So as long as Ferris hits, we should be fine. How bad would this fight have to go to force elixir use here? Well, Galura would need to frequently counterattack with Rush rather than anything else. Ferry still had a full MP pool if I wanted to go really for safety here. Galura will never use the rush attack outside of a counter attack, so basically as long as you don't attack, you're not gonna eat any more rush attacks. And because the biggest damage is the counter attacks, if you no longer attack, you can actually recover and even sustain with regular potions if you want to. That was just over a 9-minute fight. I see, yeah. I think you can do this in like 6 to 7 minutes if you properly level up your cactus. Specifically, you want to just have fairies probably separately leveled in order to reach the next highest attack power threshold, so there's that. Alrighty, either way, we're gonna be unlocking the next job here, And that is going to be... a comfy little time mage. Alrighty. Time mage is actually another kind of mostly supportive class. It is a different type of support class compared to a white mage, but it is very, very potent as well. Time for time mage indeed. So if you have a time mage and a white mage, you have your bases covered for everything going supporting. Like, there's technically some more things that you could do, but practically after that, if you get just one offensive class, you're set. But also realistically, if you only get a time mage, you can get through the game without too much trouble with just a time mage as well. This seems familiar, does it? Goodbye, Sildra. Alright, we have to have at least one time mage in our team. But in as a matter of fact, we're gonna put 3 time mages into our team, because while I really like having white mages, you don't usually need more than 1. So, we're gonna equip everybody here with white magic on our character roster here, as well as time magic here. We have learned white magic level 2 on everybody, which actually is an interesting point. Level 3 would be better, because then we could also use the second level ice, fire and lightning spells. Oh wait, no, we couldn't do that anyways. Second level cure spells is what we could use that way around. But yeah, this is gonna be sufficient for a while. Let's go. You feel bad for those black flames already? Well, we're certainly going to visit them for a while. Alrighty, welcome to the Karnak area. The first decently large spike in both enemy as well as player power here. I don't really have much of a reason to fight anything here, at least not yet, until we get a little bit more equipment. Also, they decide to just... well, Ferris clearly needs a nap, so they give Ferris a little nap here. In the forest here, you will always guaranteed encounter wild neck enemies. They are wolves that are weak to fire and have like 96 HP or something like that. They also give a lot of money for how easy they are to defeat, as long as you have, well, some form of defeating them quickly. It is great to just do a bit of grinding here. They give alright experience while being, well, guaranteed in the forest. Everything outside the forest actually technically gives more experience per encounter and per time unit invested, but practically, you're probably perfectly fine to just go ahead and... I didn't buy the time magic spells. Oh well, we can do that here. Practically, you're perfectly fine, just... not worrying about that too much. But yeah, you can also decently well grind a bit against wild necks with just characters that do physical attacks only and just knock them out one by one. It is still reasonably efficient, especially for the money they provide. So overall, that is a fine choice, I would say. So, worth noting, the wild knacks each give... what was it? 75 gold? 5 times 75... it's like 625 or something? Actually, it's more than 75, it's more like 125. Really? Oh, I accidentally stopped the timer. I think it's 125 per wolf, which is a lot of money. Some people ask, well, how do the wolves have that much money? Isn't that kinda silly? And the answer to that is probably quite simple. It's more of a concept of you just harvest whatever, like, reasonably valuable things you can get from the enemies and then sell them. But instead of giving you wolf pelts that you have to sell and all these kinds of things that are just, well, tedious to manage, they just give you the money directly. At least that's how I like to think about it. But... one of the more interesting things to me is, it is a very common and effective strategy to go effectively as fast as possible to unlock the second shop and head over to Karnak rather than doing anything else. Because, well, the wolves will usually catch you up on more or less everything, really. So, in Karnak we can also buy rods. These rods give us cost 750 gold. Compare that to the 100 or 625 gold we get per wolf encounter. It doesn't quite break even, but for the amount of experience you get on top of it, it is actually surprisingly efficient still to grind there. Especially if you have low level and your damage output might be rather weak. Breaking a rod will cost the third level of the elemental spells that you break with them, and that is actually a huge difference compared to what you normally would encounter. And thus you're slowly waking up in imagined a peaceful wolf city that uses normal gil. Well, who knows? Either way, I'm gonna buy a bunch of rods, which I don't have that much money for it. I'm gonna probably just sell stuff that we don't need anymore at this point. Or won't have any use for a while at least. I'm even going to sell a bunch of phoenix stones, hoping that I would need them just in order to buy more rods, so we can smash them over wolf's heads instead. Basically just catching up a little bit on levels mainly. Also, Ferris is still knocked out, so we use one of the tents to wake her up. And then we also move everybody in the front row this time. Because, once again, the biggest danger is a back attack. And the back attack switches Front and back rows. Just kind of hoping that Ferris is slower than the others with a white mage. That way we can just break the rod and that's that. Nope, we have to cycle through every single character. Alrighty, there it is. That is 625 gil, 87 experience, and well, we just break every rod. I did say earlier they're weak to fire, but considering how much damage we deal with broken rods, it does not matter which rods you break. In fact, it's just the quicker animation that I'm really caring about here. In a level, and here we go. That's World 2 with the wolves. Oh yeah, that's an interesting point. There is a wolf set in World 2. Oops. And there's the back attack. What they are doing in order to deal 0 damage is actually a revenge attack that deals damage equivalent to however much HP you're missing. And since we haven't attacked them yet, they are not missing any HP. It's a little bit strange, I guess. So I'm probably just going to use up all the rods here, and then we buy a bunch of more rods actually. I don't need anything aside from rods for the next section. Like I could buy armor, etc., but I'll just want to have the weaponry. And some people like to not use or break rods in order to play through the game. I'm once in a while some of these people who like to just not break rods, but here's the thing. Being able to equip rods is an ability in and of itself, and Time Mage happens to have that ability. So, might as well use it, it is part of the class. Plus, if I didn't break rods, the next set of bosses would be even slower than what we did up until now. So this is just a simple way of not wasting your time too much. Then again, some people enjoy the time waste because... I mean, it can be fun, why not? Hello and welcome. Right, that's my last thunder rod right there. And everybody gains a little bit of experience and more job levels. Ferris is now White Mage level 3. I'm actually going to turn her into a Time Mage now with White Magic. And I'm going to choose to put Lena as a White Mage at this point. You know what? No, Galuf. I just like how Galuf White Mage looks. Also, he has Time Magic level 1 already. I don't think I really care about that much, but you know, why not? Actually, you know what? Time Magic level 1 is actually pretty competent overall. Like, it's decently strong. Because you have the most powerful spells around with haste and slow. Drag is a strange case for a Time Magic spell though, to be fair. Alright, what we're gonna buy is no black magic spells, we don't need those yet. We're gonna buy Charm, and Cure 2. And both of these are 3rd level white magic spells. Cure 2 is just a stronger healing spell, costs also a little bit more, and Charm is in order to confuse enemies. Life would revive a character, but I don't need that yet. I'm gonna grab that later. Here, more importantly, I'm gonna get Slow and Haste. Slow is, I guess this 1st level is Slow and 2nd level is Haste. Slow and Haste are the most powerful buffs and debuffs in my opinion in the entire game. Despite them being available so early on, you effectively get, if you haste yourself, you get your turn twice as quick. And for turn uncommon it means that also Slow does the opposite. So you can get, if you are at the same speed as your enemy, and you haste yourself and slow them, you get 4 turns for them getting 1, which is just ridiculous. You can also get the regeneration spell and the void spell. Do I want the void spell? It is such an unusual thing to even ever use. Stop technically can be useful. Let's buy Demi. I have enough money to buy more. Actually I do not, because I wanna buy the rods for the next section here. Alrighty, so we want to have 2 ice rods to deal with boss coming up. I'm also briefly going to go ahead and just sell... let's just sell another Phoenix down here. Ice rods are for that. I need... Oh, this is gonna be a little bit awkward actually. I need 1 more rod in order to break it. I technically could get Azuna early, but I can also get that later. I need just a little bit more money. Selling this and... the cotton armor, I guess. Alright. So the fire rods are for after what's dealing with the boss and stuff. This is actually really awkward if I do this way around. Because we need 2 ice rods for the boss. But we also kind of want to have 2 rods for the next boss and then 2 more and 2 more for the chests. So I actually would like to have a bit more money. Alright, change up plans slightly. I'm gonna invest the rods to farm a few more wolves, and then we're gonna buy knives and then knock out some wolves with the knives. And then, once we do that, we hopefully will have all the money we need for the rods. If their shopkeepers are shady, would you beware the werewolf wears? I do not have any words. That's okay. I basically just want to make sure that we have a sufficient amount of tools to deal with the upcoming enemies and bosses. And we have these levels that we gained, and now we're gonna buy some knives. That way we can actually deal some physical damage too. We actually only need 3 knives, I just realized. And they are actually significantly cheaper than the rods as well, so that helps. So yeah, we're just gonna knock out like 5 encounters of wolves just with knives rather than anything else. And that should easily be sufficient. So mages don't have particularly good attack power, as you might expect, but mithril knives are decently strong. Not quite enough in order to knock out a wolf in one attack though. Almost. You have the flail equipped. So yeah, mages are just that weak, I suppose. Time mages in this case. But still good enough to defeat the wolves over the course of a few attack rounds. It's not too terrible, just kinda slow. Which I suppose you would expect, not using area effect attacks instead. But look at the bright side, we save 750 gold not using a rod to knock them out. We gain 625 and that should be sufficient. So how many rolls do I want? I want 2 for the boss, I want 4 for the chest, 6, and then 2 for the other boss. So that's 8 total. 8 times 750 is 6,000 monies. Which means we need to defeat 5 more packs of wolves now. Without breaking a rod, that is. Should be easily doable. Oh wow, that was not enough. I'm impressed actually. Like, I figured there's a 30% chance to miss with the flail, so I kind of expected for Gallows to not be able to finish off the wolf, but I didn't expect him to hit and deal not enough damage. That is fascinating. And that's number 1, 4 more. And after that 4 more, we're gonna buy rods. And I will be taking a short break after that. Oops, I did not mean to attack the guy in the back row there. Because enemies in the back row only take half damage as well. They also only deal half the damage, so there's that too, but still less than ideal. I don't know whether the other wolf is in the back row still or not, but... well, I figured attacking that guy would be safer, but I guess not. I'm just gonna wait. I actually don't want to partially damage these wolves, because if they choose to use their revenge attack, they will be able to deal no damage because I didn't damage them yet. And it will get 1 attack in no matter what anyways. That's number 2. 3 more. High pressure, welcome. How are you doing today? Slow start. Slow but steady. That is number 3, 2 more. So Galef learned white magic level 3. We'll just take to him having white magic. Final Fantasy V's music always made you think of Super Mario RPG. Interesting. You're good? That's nice. And I think one more. Yep, one more encounter. Oh, wrong guy. Oh well, this is fine. Hey yo, and welcome. I hope you have a nice day. Yeah, go careful. The necks are becoming extinct with all these fiestas going on. Well, I don't think so. I think the necks grow really, really fast. In rabbit holes, of course. Let's just knock them out too. I didn't mean to fight another fight, but might as well. Oh, I got the wrong guy again, derp. Uh-oh. We're fine. Oh, there's one down. But fear not. We actually just get enough money to also buy life if we want to. But I think this is fine. So, same deal as before. We're gonna go ahead and buy 2 ice rods for the boss. We're gonna buy the rest in thunder rods because... Didn't I need 8? 2 and 2, no 6 actually was sufficient. So we have 1 spare rod to use if necessary. Do we have enough money to sleep here? We do, it only costs 20 gil. Which is a lot cheaper than using a tent for 300 gil to sleep. Which doesn't even necessarily heal us to full. Alrighty, I think this is an excellent time before we go into the steamship. We're gonna take a quick break. And... yeah. We're gonna be right back. Whoopsie, thank you so much for watching, listening, and for lurking, and until afterwards. Alrighty, I'm back. I have the slight suspicion that I was muted for a while for some reason, again. But hey, we have leveled our cactus sufficiently, we have enough rods to take on the next area. Let's just walk through, why not? Your favorite class is Time Witch? Nice. It's a really awesome one. I like Time Witch. Alrighty, here in the steamship, I'm probably just gonna go out of my way and pick up basically everything. Actually, I don't have to pick up the Thief's Glove because I know I won't be able to use it. Since Thief was a wind job and, well, we didn't get a Thief. Sadly. We did, however, get an alternative guaranteed escape with the Time Mage. It's not gonna be for a while, but it's gonna be an option, so that's nice. Yep, I definitely agree, Rigodactylus. Time Mage has so many useful little things, just kind of going for it. And it definitely is the class to me where normally I'm just gonna go Hermes boots all the way on everybody if I can. But Time Mage makes it like, you know, actually, finally I can use these other accessories like the guard ring that I really like, but are usually just not that great. Also, by the way, I'd like to point out, as usual, that these doors, as a matter of fact, look like penguins. You're welcome. Does Time Mage escape count towards flee count for chicken knife? Yes, I think it does. You guess you're never unseeing that. Well, yeah, that's kind of how that goes. That chest down there, that is a Thieves' Glove. It increases the likelihood of you stealing items from enemies from 40% to 80%. It literally just doubles the chance. That's it, that's all you can ever influence for steal chance. You have to have a Thieves' Glove equipped for 80%, otherwise it's a flat 40%. Nothing ever changes that, aside from the Thieves' Glove. And it also gives you 1 agility and decent defense, so it's not bad. Hermes handles are just always better, it's so OP, yeah. The guaranteed never run out of haste, immunity to slow sleep, paralysis and stop spells, or status effects I guess in general, are just ridiculously good. If you want the Thieves' Glove, you go into the third pipe rather than the second one. Wait. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's correct. We can still get a character class that can use this item here, which is a boomerang type weapon, the Full Moon, which deals full damage from the back row. I'm not sure I would even necessarily use it, but, well, it's there, so I can grab it. By the way, this Poltergeist, if you do have a thief in your team, you can steal their common steal, so very frequently you will steal a high potion from them, which is a really good healing item at this stage in the game. A potion only heals for 50, a high potion heals for 500, so it's an enormous difference, and you cannot buy high potions until actually quite a bit later in the game. Do you have a level goal with the first case with a healing water? In the ship graveyard, I would say level 8, level 9 is sufficient. You can go for a bit more if you would like to farm some more elixirs in there with the white mages. That's if I understand the question correctly. Either way, welcome to Liquid Flame. Flame is 75% of your maximum health to your entire party in damage, so not that great. And then, also, Liquid Flame has a grand total of 3000 HP. It will always counterattack with Flame in its humanoid form, and unfortunately, in its hand form it's actually immune to ice damage. But this is why we have 3 characters. Worst case scenario, he would have knocked out Moth, but it didn't in this case. I think there was a host. Thank you for the host. Sorry for the weird sound effect, because it still isn't fixed for some reason. Alrighty, we don't quite unlock the next set of jobs yet. We actually only get them once we escape from the castle, because that's when we actually first receive the, well, first 3 fire crystal jobs. 2 of them we actually only get once we visit Crescent Island, so it will take a while. But, well, we'll see. Alrighty, welcome to the escape. Even though we don't have a thief in a party, you automatically will be like dashing / running during this section, which is neat. Also here is a full heal for free, just kind of in the previous room. Alrighty, now we wanna escape. So most of the chests in here contain elixirs, but they're also guarded by a bunch of enemies, like this one over here. It's an elixir in there. I could pick it up, but I, well, don't really have a good way of dealing with enemies. I'm actually gonna make a slight exception over here, which is an item I do not have yet any use for. And I may have eventually use for it later, but, well, we don't know that until later. These Gygas enemies have 800 or so HP. They are decently strong, to say the least. And we found a ribbon in here. A ribbon is effectively the best piece of headgear in the entire game. And, well, I was kind of hoping to not run into these guys here, because they are decently strong. You missed? Really? I didn't even realize they had evasion. Oh my goodness. Ow. They will also attack twice, because first they attack themselves, and then they also are commanded to attack by the sergeant. So it's kind of like, you know, Steiner's charge attack? This is pretty much how this one works here too. I really don't want to use... any resources here necessarily. We have plenty of time, but I would prefer to be a bit faster than this anyways. You can technically run away from these encounters, but they're really rough to run away from. So unless you have a guaranteed flee ability like with the Thief, this is, well, kinda slow. The alternative would be just breaking a rod here, but, well, I also would prefer not to have to do that. Final Fantasy V has some bangers, but this track is horrible in your opinion? Yeah, it's way too repetitive, too quickly in my opinion as well. I do agree, it is just too short. Pretty much the only track I don't like really in the game. It's fine as long as I'm just kind of not thinking about it. Alrighty, recovered everybody. We also got the ribbon, which is very nice. So the chest encounters, by the way, are not guaranteed to be always the same. Some of them very rarely can contain, well, only a Gygas enemy or a Gygas and 2 more enemies, which is why I was actually calculating with 2 rods to break per chest. I actually didn't calculate in the chest for the ribbon at all, because I kind of forgot about it until just now. Because I don't have a dancer yet, but you only get a dancer on, when you get to the final job anyways. Right, so here we go. We're gonna break a Thunder Rod. The Gygas will counterattack. We're just gonna break the other Thunder Rod too there. Because we're not gonna be able to one-shot the Gygas enemy here. And we don't really have a good way of dealing damage in any real capacity anyways. He does hit decently hard with his physical attacks, so it's not without danger. But I do want to have these 2 chests on the tower sides. This is an Elf Cape. This gives us 1 agility and 1 magic power, as well as a 1 in 3 chance to completely evade physical attacks of enemies. This is effectively one, if not the best accessory that we can have for quite a long while here. So I definitely want to pick that up. As mentioned before, most of the other chests contain elixirs, which would be nice to have, but unless I have rods to break, these encounters would just take a really long time to complete. And as much as I like elixirs, I would have to grind a few more rods in order to make it more efficient, and at that point I might as well just ignore them, I suppose. Alright, same thing here. Thunder Rod. We could technically knock down the Gygas enemy with the remainder anyways afterwards. With just mithril knives, but every time you attack he has a chance to counterattack with arrow. And here we have the Guardian Dagger. The Guardian Dagger is a weapon that gives you a 1 in 4 chance to block incoming enemy physical attacks. In conjunction with the Elf Cape, that's actually 50-50 chance to just completely negate enemy physical attacks. It's really nice actually. Plus it is by far the strongest weapon you can have for a long time around here. Like, it's not just the... Oh no, not again. Oh, I forgot to equip proper weapons. Good job, me. It's not just the, well, defensive capabilities of the Guardian Dagger that is so amazing. It is really also the ability for it to just deal way more damage than any other weapon that we have access to at this point. It's really great for that. Also, I think I probably should not give Lena the weapon, because she has the lowest damage output anyways. And Butts might potentially be able to one-shot the wolf here. Maybe. Indeed, he can. This is the difference between Lena having literally just 3 less strength than Butts. And because of how Final Fantasy V calculates damage output in thresholds, she would literally need like an entire level more than most of the other characters for dealing the same damage. That's just how it is for her, unfortunately. And you might be wondering, why are you not just using Spells. Well, we don't really have any good spells. So here we go. This is the other reason why I saved the elemental rods, because here we first get rid of all the necks and then we wanna kill this guy before he transforms. He only has 1000 HP before he transforms, and after he transforms he becomes a fair bit sturdier, let's put it this way. And this is why I wanted to have enough elemental rods to break. There was one more chest that we could have gotten that is technically useful, that contains the white mage spell Ezuna, which effectively removes almost every negative status effect from your characters. With some exceptions. But it's really nice to have, but we can also buy it a little bit later. Alrighty, and with this we have arrived at the crystal location number 2. Wait, 3 I suppose. And our next job is going to be... Hello, welcome to Zip Looper. The next job we have is a Beastmaster. So all our jobs so far are pretty low on the agility spectrum of things. Or mediator it is called in this case. The Beastmaster mediator is basically the same thing. And you get dimensional magic level 2. So Beastmasters, their signature weapon is the whip. They can deal full damage from the back row. And they also have the ability to capture and release enemies as their, well, signature move, really. And that's precisely what I'm going to be using here too. So I'm actually going to turn 2 of my 3 time mages into a Beastmaster. I'm going to give the Guardian Dagger over to Ferris. So I like stacking the same items on the same characters. And then we need to go and buy some stuff. So yeah, Beastmasters are actually... In order, well, how to put it? In order to use Beastmasters effectively, you need to invest quite a bit of time into them, if you will. Plus you kind of want to be able to know how to properly use a Beastmaster. It's kind of like a blue mage with extra steps. But in its own right, it is decently strong, to say the very least. It is very competent. So first of all, there's a new shopkeeper. I actually did not know about this guy until way later, that you can actually buy special weapons here. Among other things, I want to buy a second whip. So Lena has a weapon to attack with. The whip has actually a chance to paralyze the enemy when you attack them. If they are susceptible to paralyzation, that is. So it's actually really, really strong overall. Then we actually do want to finally get some defensive equipment. We get 3 plumed hats. I do believe we can equip the other thing that we had earlier. The leather hat, that is. The plumed hats are there's the green beret. Green beret gives you 1 strength and 1 agility, which is quite nice. The plumed hat basically gives you also some magic defense and evasion. Magic evasion is a bit different than defense. Defense just reduces the damage it takes, but magic evasion is basically just an additional chance to not get hit by spells that have a chance to hit, like poison, for example. So this just adds 5% chance to not get hit by these spells, but, you know, 5% is pretty decent, all things considered. And now we basically have, for the most part, a team that can deal really competent damage from the back row. It's not the fastest team, in fact, agility-wise we are pretty weak. But this is gonna be good enough for my taste. In fact, this is basically the point where I'm going to probably stop breaking the rods, because now we have another class to attack with, and might as well just try to highlight them a little bit. I would like to get some armor for the Beastmasters, so they have something equipped. And it's kind of large lid, honestly. Silver armor for both of here. Just gives a bit of defense. And don't really need much else. His team is good. It is really nice, actually, I agree. Oh yeah, I forgot to unlock the fire job in the overlay. Thank you for the heads up. I forgot. There we go. Your last Fiesta had these guys plus a black mage. Nice. Alrighty. So, I will probably just wing it. Well, actually, I am going to wing it. I'm not trying to do a speedrun or anything like this. So, let's go ahead and just help our Beastmasters here go a little bit faster, hasting them. And attack. So these eagle enemies have a chance to use their tentacle attack, which is pretty annoying. Oh, you don't have enough. Ahaha, Galaf doesn't have high magic level 2. He needs a little bit more time magic there. You just defend, my friend. Either way, the Zeus have like 800 or so, 850 HP. And I want to make sure to knock out these Aegil as quick as we can. That way we don't get the old status effect. Old status effect is actually one of the most debilitating status effects that you can get hit by. It effectively reduces your stats to 1 over the course of a short period of time. Let's put it that way. So if you have 1 strength, 1 agility and 1 magic power, then you're going to basically deal no more damage at all. That is especially bad on physical attacks. Magic, as long as the enemy has a certain weakness that it can take advantage of, it is like you can manage it. But with physical attackers, it's just like, well, that physical attacker might as well just not do anything anymore. It's pretty crazy. You know what? I'm just gonna attack this guy until he gives up. Especially with Fairies in the front row, the dagger deals full damage, and she actually deals more damage than Lena. Beastmaster stats are not that great, all things considered, in terms of just physical prowess. It's mainly their weapons that actually are pretty competent, and their ability to catch and release specific enemies. So if you capture an enemy, you release them once, and they're gone, so to speak. That's kind of the short version right there. And we're actually going to make a little detour before going into the library. We're going to capture ourselves a bear or two. To put this into perspective, by the way, a captured enemy has all sorts of variety of attacks. It can range from buffs, debuffs, it can be attacks, it can be multi-attacks, it can be a lot of things. On average, most enemies are just going to attack for a decent amount of damage, well, that's kind of the thing that you can on average expect the enemies to do. However, there's of course often a lot more that can go on. Alrighty, so here we have a sand bear. This is exactly who I was looking for. We're gonna slow him. Or try to anyway. So, I don't remember how much HP... Actually, we have white magic. We can check how much HP he has. So we need to reduce its HP below 1/8 of its maximum. Or was it 1/4? Oh my goodness, I don't even remember. Either way, we need to reduce its HP below a certain threshold. Let's see. It has 1000 HP. I think at 250 I can capture it. I'm actually really not sure about that. Less than 1/8. Okay, so it's actually 125 or less. Thank you, Samurai Gore. For some reason that just completely slipped my mind as to how much it is. So we don't quite deal 200 damage per turn. Well, with Gallup's attack it is 200. So that's about 400 damage so far. We'll say 500. It's about 600. Let's try to capture him. Alright, not quite enough. This is where it's handy to have scan, because you can check exactly how much HP an enemy has remaining. You could also just like calculate it, like keep track of it in a calculator and stuff, which is what I actually do pretty frequently. But I think that's sufficient now. Nope, not quite. Now we can try again. Here it is. Alrighty, sand bears. They don't do anything particularly special in terms of when you release them for their ability. What they are, however, is ridiculously strong with their attack. So you know how a broken elemental rod did about a bit more than 2000 damage to an enemy that was weak to the element? Well, the bear deals about that much damage without the enemy being weak to an element. It's pretty crazy. Now I just need to make sure to not accidentally release the bear again, because that tends to happen unintentionally. Once in a while. 3 hits. I'm just gonna count how many attacks we land. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alright, 2 more attacks and we should be able to catch it pretty easily. And catch! There we go. Indeed. Thank you, Samurai Goro. And welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. Always happens to you when memory cursor accidentally releasing. Yes, that does happen. Frequently. Still happens to me once in a while. Alrighty. We are prepared for what's coming up, and I intend to take full advantage of our Beastmasters. Because I really like Beastmaster as a class overall. It's one of these classes that scales dramatically with how much you know about the game in a certain sense. It's like Blue Mage and Chemist Light. It's more work to set up with a Beastmaster. It doesn't have the power of the Blue Mage spells, and it doesn't have, well, it doesn't have the power and reliability of Blue Mage spells, I guess. And also not the power or reliability of the Chemist spells, but it has a really interesting range of things it can do, which I really like. For example, these guys here, page 32, are going to come in very handy after this next boss, because they will cast Banish. Banish is effectively a time mage version of an instant death, which that version actually does not care whether the enemy is or is not immune to the death status, so to speak, or status effect. It only cares whether the enemy is flagged as heavy or not in the code. So that's kind of the biggest difference right there. Alright, welcome to Ifrit. Well, Ifrit has 3000 HP and only 2 turns of actions. It will probably kill somebody here in the first turn. Oh, it didn't. That's convenient. So I don't think I need to do anything aside from just release the bear. It's always going to be guaranteed hitting, even though the bear does, well, it's a physical attack, but it always hits, let's put it that way. Even though Ifrit does have like 20% evasion. And yeah, that's 2200 damage from the bears. Reliably and easily defeat Ifrit. Very nice. It's bad news bears for Ifrit, indeed. It's also lovingly called Beraga, because it effectively has the power of level 3 spells, which is normally, you know, the Ga spells. You have Fire Ra, Fire, then Fire Ra, then Fire Ra Ga, and if you're really fancy, you would have Fire Ra Ja, depending on game. Actually, the only time I've ever seen a Fire Ra Ja naming convention was in the Final Fantasy remake when Dyer played. I didn't even know that could go up to level 4 in any Final Fantasy before that. Alrighty, we also have now a stealth robe. Gives us a bit more defense than the silver armor and +1 agility. Very nice. There's always Kiraja. Kiraja has been Final Fantasy 4 since 4 at least. I see. Well, I have not really played much 4. Well, I mean, it has been in Final Fantasy 1. It was just only called Cure 4 instead. Or Fire 4. Actually, Cure 4 and stuff. Either way, let's see. How much HP does this thing have? I forget. We want to catch these. Let's see. 480 HP. Divided by 8 is 50... 60. So it needs to have 60 HP remaining. Or less. I don't know whether it runs up or down. Doesn't matter. Gonna try and slow this guy. Okay, I think one more attack by Lena is still fine. Yes, Lena does not deal enough damage, so having actually diverse numbers of damage or ranges of damage is actually very convenient. This should be fine. So we can capture it now. Yeah. Very handy. Well, and the back attack for the mini. Gonna slow you first. Then we're just gonna do the exact same thing as before. You attack, you attack. Then Lena attack once more. Then, well, it's actually also Lena who wants to capture it. So we need to just wait another turn here. Alrighty. So, once again, they will cast Banish as soon as they are released, which is effectively targeting whether the enemy is heavy or not. Banish does not have the best chance to hit. I don't know, it's like a 50-50 on Biblos here, but it will instantly knock him out if it does hit. We have 2 chances for it, otherwise we just reset if it doesn't work, because that's the most efficient way of going about it. Threat will slow a character, but you know, I have time mages, I could just haste again. And there we go, X-Zone, first try. Biblos is often one of the roadblocks in a Forge of Fiesta if you don't have a good way of taking care of him, like fire damage or particularly strong attackers. But with us, we have some trickery up our sleeves. And I'm actually not quite gonna finish this cutscene here, I will be briefly going back, because I want to capture page 64. Preemptive strike, alright. I'm gonna haste you. Because in order to get a page 64, I want to... Oh, if I release this here, does that actually knock it out? I hope it doesn't. Alright. It didn't hit or it's immune, I don't know. Either way, that's 2 attacks, it doesn't matter. I want to effectively get the blue head instead of the page 32, which I'm pretty sure is pretty much guaranteed for it to be a page 64 after 32 in this specific encounter here. Alright, you probably want to heal here. Alrighty, I think this thing has 500 HP if I'm not mistaken. Gonna slow it just so it's going to be less annoying to deal with. I think I can attack once more. Alright, should be pretty close to getting knocked out, so just going to double check real quick. 30, yep, indeed, so we can just catch it. And boom, we have a page 64. Now, what page 64 does is it just deals physical damage, that's it. Doesn't sound particularly impressive, and in comparison to Beraga, it's actually not that strong. But the reason why I wanted to have a page 64 is not for directly defeating a boss, it's more for an indirect route, let's put it this way. Page 64 should be twice as good as page 32. I don't think that's usually how books work. So it actually also does not work that way in this game. It makes sense that way, right? Alrighty, and what I actually want to capture here is a chimera. Chimeras are really strong creatures in the desert, and they basically hit like a truck and a half. But thanks to the power of a page 64, it should deal just under 1000 damage, and this thing has exactly 1000 HP, so I can immediately capture it. So the reason why I wanted to have a page 64 is so I can very easily capture a chimera. That's it, that's the entire reason for the page 64 capture. So releasing a chimera will cast Aqua Rake on enemies. Aqua Breath, whatever you want to call it. Basically lots of bubbles. And the bubbles, while it actually is not water-based damage in this game, it is, as a matter of fact, neutral element, but it does deal 8 times damage against desert-type enemies. So consequently, Aqua Rake will absolutely demolish the boss coming up that is considered desert-type. So that's the plan. Bing. Rhagodactylus, thank you. Thank you so much for the sub to give to Valakar. And I hope you keep enjoying your stay. You feel compelled to reward brilliance. Nice. All your bays are belong to us. Or you in this case. Also, in case you're wondering, no pianos this run because, well, we don't have a bard. Bard would have been a fire job class, and we didn't get one. So have I been looking at them? I actually have not, and I do not have any further insight either, unfortunately. Apparently, Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 are going to be released at the end of this month, but I don't know anything about the others, so I probably know just as much, if not a little bit less than you at this point. Japanese or NA 1, 2, 3? I have no idea. Japanese, you say? Alright. Yeah, I personally don't know, unfortunately. Maybe some people in chat might know, because I'm sure there's a bunch of fans in there, but yeah, I don't have any insider information per se. Bim, bum, bim, bim. Oh, that's what you mean with Japanese or NA 1, 2, 3. I was just thinking you were referring to Japanese release of 1, 2, and 3. Like, it will release in Japan. I didn't even think about that. Fair. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Classic Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 come to Steam July 28th. Okay. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Alrighty, welcome to the steamship, where we are going to get attacked by enemies and probably hit by them as well, because they are way faster than us. Well, specifically the sea ibis are. Alright, also, little fun fact. Where is it? Ah, yes, here. This is actually in a territory where there is no encounters right here. Because up there is basically the area where we started our game. And in that water, you know, there's no water encounters. And this is actually the same quadrant of the map. And there's no encounters in this sea here. So if you want to try and encounters, link along the right hand side, well, yeah, basically along this coast, I guess, in order to try and avoid as many sea encounters as possible. Or maybe you want to fight them, because, I don't know. Maybe you just want to see the enemies. Or a bestiary completion run, I guess. Can you post a Steam link? It's like 100 Canadian or something, dollar. I have no idea. I mean, what kind of link would you want to post? If it's just for the Steam website, why not? Sure, go ahead. From experience, most things are gonna be way more expensive in Switzerland anyways. That's just how it is. The current 4, 5 and 6 are staying on Steam for a few extra weeks, so speculation is the 4, 5 and 6 will be released when the current versions are removed from Steam. Huh. Weird. By the way, for anybody curious, I'm pretty sure it's against Steam rules and regulations for developers to remove a game that you own per se, so they can't take the game away if you already have it, so to speak. So removing from Steam mainly means that you can no longer buy it, but you should still be able to access it if you already own it. At least that's how it should work. Where was I? Why am I here? Oh yeah, I wanted... Oh yeah, Black Flames. Right. Alright, let's go ahead and sell a bunch of things. We're never gonna get Hunter, so Firebow unfortunately useless. I don't want Chemist. Well, you know what, I would take a Chemist this time around. I would probably not use it to its fullest extent or extreme, but yeah, it could be fun for once. You want the Mithril Daggers? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep them for now, maybe. Alright, I don't think I need an Ether. Not anytime soon. Alright, we're gonna buy as many Thunder Rods as we can. And the reason for this is actually quite simple. We want to go ahead and farm a little bit in order to level up to become a bit stronger, a bit better. Let me remove your speed equipment. Actually, let's see, 27 agility. You have 30. You have 27. Right, yeah, I'm actually going to briefly remove Lena's headgear so she has 1 less agility. Please do remind me that I did do that in case I forget to put it back on her afterwards. But here we go. So, You know how the wild Knocks almost break even in terms of money if you just defeat them with breaking rods? Well, there is another set of encounters that is guaranteed to be always the same, and in fact does give you more money than you invest with breaking rods. And that's exactly where we're gonna be landing here. In fact, I'm gonna move everybody into the front rows in case we get back attacked. We are going to take less damage. But this encounter here is going to be the Black Flames. If you have a good method of defeating the Black Flames quickly in the entire group, it's a very, very efficient grinding spot. If you don't, well, maybe not so much. But basically every mage class who can break rods can level here really efficiently if you have some form of decently strong area of effect, like with the ninja throwing scrolls, which is actually even more cost effective and fast. It is also really good. So here we go. This is breaking a rod, then 870 monies, which means 120 gold gained per encounter, 362 experience for everybody, and 3 ability points. Remind Yaga you removed Lena's headgear, too bad it's not a command. You know, actually that would be a really interesting command if that could work. I like that idea. Remember, Yaga, you took Lena's headgear off, thank you. And now, you know what's the fun part? Normally the chat here in this channel is so slow that once in a while I just kind of scroll up, because there's nothing current anyways, to check whether I missed any messages from anybody, because, well, I do frequently. And then I'm just going to read, oh yeah, I took the headgear off probably in half an hour, because the message is probably still gonna be there. Well, if the game is server-based, well yeah, that's kind of the problem about games as a service, because if the game is kind of labeled as a game as a service because you have to have a server-based model, then you actually might be able to buy a game that you can no longer play down the road. I think that happened to... oh, what was it, that game called? Darkspawn? Or Darkspore, I think, was one of these games which, like, nobody can play that anymore. It looked like a decent game, but... well, they shut the server down and they didn't release an offline version. That's why you do not want to have games as a service. Add command? I mean, I don't think that's how it works. Fair try, Raycodactylus. You wonder if it's possible to add a remaining expense to the bot. Well, it's certainly possible, but you would need to have the source code for that. Which I actually don't, for that matter. Maybe we could check whether Moobot or Nightbot have a command like that. That could be an option. We are a mod in a few channels and everyone uses a different bot, so it's all slightly different syntax, assuming mods are permitted to use those commands in chat. Yes, I mean Jagabot does... well, it's its own program. Hey, that's how it works. I think mods can actually access the command add thingy. I just don't remember the syntax myself. Thank you. Alright, we used up all our lightning rods. Now we go back and buy more. Because this is by far one of the most amazing places to just gain a bunch of levels. very, very easily, and I can talk to chat here. So chat, how are you doing today? How's it going? Is there any particular, let's say, indie game that you're looking forward to? And if I may ask, what is it? What is the genre? And how long have you been following it? I'm just curious, because why not? The reason I'm specifically asking about indie games is because I'm usually more intrigued by... Let's put it this way, indie developers have a lot more freedom and a lot less pressure to actually create something that is economically viable, and consequently, they have more freedom to come up with really interesting and crazy things. So, I'm looking for those. You don't know if it counts, but you're looking forward to Infinite GBC. It was a cancelled Game Boy... Oh god, Game Boy Color game. It's now being finished by the original devs, you believe. Huh, fascinating. Hollow Knight Silksong, the sequel to Hollow Knight. Oh. Oh, I still have never played Hollow Knight, huh? Then again, right now I would feel like it. Maybe I'll play Silksong first. And yes, I'm also following Sea of Stars. I feel like it's gonna take quite a while until it's done, but it looks really good. Reminds me a lot of Star Ocean. And yes, Final Fantasy Dimensions, I do remember. One Lonely Outpost, a colony RPG game. Interesting. What style is it? Is it like top-down, more like RimWorld, or is it more like Monster Rancher type of deal? You've been seeing a lot of the Game Maker Garage. Interesting. More like Stardew Valley. Alright. Oh, actually, another game I'm looking forward to getting updated and completely released eventually is Black Skylands. You may have seen this actually on the other day on the channel when I was involved in a pre-launch event. I'm actually really intrigued by that game so far. It needs a bit of work still, that's why they put it out in early access, but it's so fascinating so already. You would love a remake of The Last Remnant from Square Enix. Don't know that one really. Another thing you're looking forward to playing, it's already out, is Amid Evil, a classic-styled first-person shooter based off of Heretic I guess, and Hexen. I see. Fair enough. Sunhaven, it looks adorable. Oh yeah, I think I actually looked at that when somebody posted it in Discord. It looks pretty intriguing. You want an HD remake of Dragon Quest III? Interesting. If I may ask, why specifically Dragon Quest III? That is the one where you build your own team or recruit, like, characters, right? You use magic staff, spells, bows, guns instead of guns. Right. I have seen it. I've never played it myself though. 30X is also out in early release, but not fully released. It's a Mega Man inspired platformer. You loved 20XX a lot. Neat. They're making a Dragon Quest III remake in the style of Octopath Traveler. Interesting, you can multi-class in Dragon Quest III as well. I've only briefly played like a fan translation of the Super Famicom Dragon Quest 3. Well, it might be interesting. Might be the first time in a long time that I'm actually gonna be Dragon Quest, if that's gonna be anything particularly intriguing. Intriguing to me, that is. Ah, come on! Don't knock out Galuf, that's so rude. Wake up, Galuf! You're not done here yet. Haste Ferris. So Ferris gets the turn before the Black Flames go again. I just need not a back attack. By the way, back attack is a 1 in 16 chance of happening every time we get into an encounter. Just no back attack here. You're way more excited for the indie game scene than anything from a major studios? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Although there have been more games recently that I've actually been intrigued by larger studios too. Thank you, Velocar. Yep, now remind works because the command has been added. So it's basically just you manually writing !remind rather than having to type out to remind me that I removed Lena's headgear. It's... well... functional. Huh. So does anybody have any input on the Steam thing? You're actually wondering if it's a decent price or not. If you want my honest opinion, Legend of Mana was fairly priced in my book, but Square does have a bit of a history of pricing things a bit too high for my liking, for remakes and re-releases and stuff like that. I don't know, it really depends on what you get out of it in the end, I dare to say. SE is Square Enix, the publisher and developer of Final Fantasy games and Dragon Quest games and a bunch of other stuff. Honestly, the main reason why I would get the games is because that's kind of what I do as a streamer. Casually, I would probably wait until Final Fantasy 4, 5 and 6 are on sale, unless I just really felt compelled to buy them. Then again, I almost never impulse buy any games if they are on sale either. Like, I have a bunch of games wishlisted, but unless I just happen to feel like playing them while they are on sale, it's whatever. I just play whatever I feel like at a time, for the most part. For the most part, not always, not always. I might be repeating myself once in a while. Truth or dare? Truth? What is the truth behind this channel? Well, truth is, I'm not witty enough to come up with anything clever to answer that. Yagamoth? Yagamoth is me. If you'd like the general name, then it's actually a misspelling of Yawgmoth, because I was looking for like the 10th character name in Ragnarok Online or something like that, and I remembered a friend of mine had a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards with a weird looking card that had something like Yagamoth in the name. Turns out it's Yawgmoth, but you know, Yagamoth is mine now. But beyond that, I don't know. I'm lazy. At least I feel like I'm lazy, and I have basically no self-confidence whatsoever. Not well with a Y at the beginning. Not Jogmoth. On a random note, for the Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster, I'm kind of hoping they redesign like minor aspects of it. But beyond that, I actually don't really have any wishes or expectations anyways. I'm literally just thinking of Geomancer. That's it. Used to play a lot of Magic, as it turns out the demon wasn't Yawgmoth, just his demon. Right, it's like Yawgmoth's will and not Yawgmoth itself. I have no idea how Yawgmoth itself looked. It was just kind of like a scraggly little guy with a scythe in his hands. And I made a priest in Ragnarok Online for Magnus Exorcismus. It was kind of... You know, I didn't really have much thought behind it, I was just looking for a name, and that's what I came up with. Do you have the Pixel Remaster? Me? No. It's not out yet, anyways. Does that cancel a blue spell or something? I don't know. I bought like a 7th edition or something like that starter pack where there's like a 7/7/3 that can attack an opponent directly. But that's about all I have. Yeah, I figured, but oh well. You can pre-order the bundle on Steam right now and it comes with a 22% discount and the OSTs. I see. That's fair. I don't like pre-ordering. If I'm gonna play them, I'm probably just going to buy them as they come. Because the main reason for me doing it that way rather than any other way is quite simple. I don't know whether I will have time necessarily in order to actually play these games when they are specifically released. So I'm just gonna either play them when they are released or not. Like, it's nice if I would get a discount for that, but I still have probably like 2 or so days before where I actually know whether I have time for it or not. Because there's always a good possibility where there's just another game that just really captivated me and don't necessarily wanna stop playing those, for example. There has been a few of these cases in the past where it's like, well, I kinda planned on playing this game, but, you know, Monster Sanctuary released and that game is just insanely good. By the way, Not sponsored, but Monster Sanctuary is amazing. Like seriously, absolutely best class. Each game is also being able to pre-purchase separately. I see, how much does Final Fantasy V cost by itself? Because, let me be frank, 5 and 6 are the only games I really care about. I just really like 6, and 5 I also really like. The others is like, well, maybe I play them sometime. Maybe I don't care, who knows. 18 bucks? Yeah, that's fine. I can just wait. One of the weird traits I have is a stupid amount of patience. But maybe not nearly as much as other people in certain aspects. You have to go? Okay. Take care. Thank you for dropping by. 18 euros for you? Yep. If it's 18 euros for you, I expect it to be like 25 Swiss francs. That's usually how it goes. Or even more, because they just have like import fees or toll taxes, whatever you call these things. That's just a thing that happens. Which, fun fact, I literally can't get Xbox... what's the word thingy? The Xbox thingy where you can get different games to play for a month or so for free. I literally can't get that in Switzerland because it's not an option. What's it called? Xbox Live Arcade thingy. Because Switzerland is not included in the countries that has that available. The Game Pass, there we go, that's the one. The current on sale, you don't know what the new one will be. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't care about the current one. I actually do have the current one on Steam, and it's a passable version. It's, to me, it's a lot like Secret of Mana. The current version that you can play Final Fantasy on Steam is, to me, a lot like Secret of Mana on Steam, the newer one. It's a game you can play, and it's not bad, but the thing is, it's just so much less than I hoped it would be. That's kind of the short version. Hello, welcome to you. How are you doing today? How long have I been here, actually? I've just kind of been talking to everybody and mindlessly grinding. Honestly, this is one of my favorite times where I don't have to think about the game, I'm just running back and forth. It's kind of comfortable in a weird way. Let me actually think about this. Upcoming Sandworm, I do still have... Oh, hang on. We actually have a better place to grind, technically. I completely forgot about that part. We could go for the machine thingies with having Beastmaster and such. Yeah, the robots. I completely spaced out. We have control. And... well, I mean, it would be more effort, but... I will probably be better. Whatever. It's too late now. Either way, we actually have equipped whips on Butts and Lena at this point, which is probably as far as I care going, I guess? Let's turn Butts into a white mage here. And you equip whips. So, alrighty, so this is gonna be interesting. Gonna turn Galuf into a Beastmaster now instead. Where's the Beastmaster, Galuf? Actually I did not think about at all what I'm gonna be doing in the future here. Alrighty. Gonna give you the whip. And Butts also has equipped whips. So, if you equip whips on a character, the Beastmaster's agility as well as strength is transformed to the character that has the ability equip whips. Aside from, well, being able to equip the whips, you know, as the name implies. And it's actually kind of neat because White Mage has super low strength, and I think a Beastmaster has, like, slightly more agility. It's barely noticeable, actually. But very slightly more agility, but now we have a White Mage and two Beastmasters who all can equip whips and deal full damage from the back row with decent attack power. So while the White Mage may not be the greatest, at least we can do other stuff now with it too. You asked about that earlier, I see. I missed that, sorry Carmack. I'm so slow at reading chat. You just hope the remaster removes the net dummy targets again from Meteor. I mean... Wait, does the Steam version have the dummy targets? So here's a fun fact. The optional final optional dungeon boss or extra dungeon boss, post-game dungeon boss, whatever you want to call it. I think that's Enua or something. It actually has intentional dummy targets, and we know it's intentional because they removed it from NeoXDev in the Game Boy Advance version, then they added it to Enua. So chances are those are actually intentional to dissuade X-Fight and, well, random targeting heavy use. Are the whips damage based on agility or agility and strength? So here's the thing. The whips actually use a similar damage formula as the daggers. In fact, I think they use the same. So the whips are supposed to be based on agility and strength equally. But practically, they only scale off of strength because of a formula error. So that's the short version right there. Technically, it's supposed to scale off of strength and agility equally, but practically it only really scales off of strength. Sometimes you deal a bit more damage based on your agility and level, sometimes not. Which leads to a weird scenario where leveling up actually can reduce the damage output you do, because of how things work, I guess. So basically the damage formula for daggers and other weapons that use dagger damage formula is broken. That's the short version. Alrighty, I shattered so many rods here and I didn't even pay attention how many it was, but I'm sure we are high enough level for most of the things at this point. I'm going to briefly go out of my way, buy another whip, because honestly, only when I just read earlier that I learned to equip whips, I realized that, oh, I've probably been here for a while, huh? I got the sheep mage, yep. Am I going to use Biraga? I already did, actually. I threw 2 Biragas at Ifrit. Huh. And I will probably capture a Biraga or 2 for upcoming things as well. Do you ever do the prototype grind? Well, if I think about it, yes, that would have been probably better than what I did, honestly, just now. But I forgot, so make of that what you will. Wait, who has the... Oh, you have the green beret equipped. Okay, that's fine. There's always shield dragons. True. I actually completely forgot about this too. I would have been so much better to just go for shield dragon later instead of doing this stuff now. Because Beastmaster is one of the very few jobs that actually has better grinding opportunities just a little bit later than even the mages have. Which is quite unusual, honestly. You wonder if business cost anything when caught? Well, we can check that. Spizner. Spizner. Here. Catch. Wind Slash. They cast Wind Slash. Wait. Did I heal? Nope. Best part of Beastmaster is the easy control rank. Yes, indeed. Maybe the yellow dragon release on that. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way to catch a yellow dragon if you can just capture a magic dragon instead. But yes, using 25% abilities on Neo X Death is amazing. What am I hoping for my fourth job? Well, really just no chemist. That's it. Black Mage or Beastmaster opens up some fun gameplay options even if your party has other ways to win. True. I always read BM as Black Mage for some reason. Wait, who caught the Chimera? Did Butster have the Chimera? No, I'm not ready. Did Butts have the Chimera or did Lena have it? Actually, I know Butts has it. Here, I need to briefly turn Butts into a Beastmaster again. Because I forgot he had the Chimera. Which also means I need to have somebody else briefly as a white mage. Just turn you into a white mage very briefly. Doesn't matter what else you have. If you swap a character out of Beastmaster, do they lose the catch you got? Nope, you actually retain them, so you can actually turn somebody into Beastmaster, catch something, and then have them something else the entire game, and then just switch them back to Beastmaster for the final boss and have still the same catch. Alrighty, so here we... oh, Lena doesn't have anything. I didn't even give her equipped whips or something. Either way, here, we do have a Chimera, which will cast Aqua Rake, which is not as strong as if we were to cast Aqua Rake with Blue Mage, but it is still decently strong. This thing only has 3000 HP, and if you hit an enemy or the hole, it will counterattack with Demi, also known as Gravity in later versions of the game. So I always like to imagine that the character trying to attack the sandworm and accidentally hits a hole, just falls into the hole and takes, well, gravity damage. It makes sense. Also, worth noting, sandworm is always considered to be in the back row. So consequently, unless you have reach weapons that deal full damage to the back row, you might actually be in a little bit of trouble dealing physical damage to this guy. But thankfully, whips, as a matter of fact, are reach weapons, so we defeat him rather easily. Sandworm is very rarely particularly dangerous, but if you don't have good damage output, it can be quite a nuisance. Alrighty, and Butts goes back into White Mage with equipped whips, and you go back into a Beastmaster to learn to catch and release for later. I guess that's just gonna be my goal for now. Where are you? There you are. Sandworm is an instance for single Solar Cactus plus Berserker. Well, Soul Cannon is worse. Sandworm takes a while, yes, but because of how it works out, you might as well just straight up go ahead and grind for Soul Cannon rather than just Sandworm. Bye. Bear? I would like to have a bear, please. You guys are not bears. Do I need a bear? Yeah, I would like to have a bear for Crayclaw. It's not necessary, but it would be very convenient. No poisons, please. That's mean. Also, let me go. One of the few instances of it actually takes quite a while until you might be able to potentially run away. It's actually kind of rare in the early stages of the game, and this is still the early stages of the game. There it is. Bear! 56 plus 152. That's like 200. 300 and some change. Let's say 500. Everybody attacking here, and we should be able to just capture it. Weaken it some more. Alright, let's have Fairy's attack. That should deal guaranteed not too much damage to accidentally knock it out. There we go. Alright. Alrighty, we have a bear. It's Bear Raga now. But yeah, if you do play a 4-drop Fiesta, you have a Beastmaster and you don't know what to do, throwing bears at your boss problems is often a viable solution. You never noticed the little gourd you put them in? Yeah, it's basically Pokemon. You hope the bear's comfortable in there. I think he's mainly sleeping in there. Because... well, more like in stasis, I guess. That way you also don't need to feed it. bears are good at hibernating, it's fine. That's fair. But you kind of want to keep the bear angry, so it immediately starts attacking the first thing it sees. Right? I think that's how it works. Rip when your fingers are faster than your mind and join the joke. Well, goodbye. Comfortable at beast. Alright. Fair. Meanwhile, did I miss the bearable part of the joke? No. No, I didn't. So over here there's two chests. One of them contains white magic spells. I don't know how you put white magic spells into chests, but the other two are shurikens, which are decently strong throwing items. But we don't have a ninja, so we can't use them anyways. Either way, this white magic spell minis a character that you try to hit with it, or unminis them if they're already minied. It has very little practical application in combat against enemies. Pretty much no application against bosses, some random encounters maybe. But the main use of mini is actually in case I get like a dragoon for the last job, I can mini the dragoon, and then the dragoon is going to be, well, minied, which is useful because when your character is minied, they have twice the amount of evasion from shields. Specifically shields, like Elf Cape and Guardian Dagger and stuff like that doesn't count. And you can get up to, I don't know, 255 and 256 evasion if you equip a Genji shield on the character. You think you're midway through your cursed 4 Shuffler Fiesta. Oh dear. Wow. Good luck to you. I decided, you know what? I haven't done it in a long time. I haven't played a full Top Fiesta straight in way too long, so here we are. I've always added additional stipulations, solo character, 2 characters, fast A to B, all kinds of silly things. Today, nothing like that, just normal. Why not? Alright, I'm gonna try something though. Mitt, help me out here real quick. I'm gonna try and... there we go. Okay, you need to go to the right side, Mitt. Right, go right, please. Alright, I need you to go up and down over there. Very good. Now go up there. Good, good. No, don't go there. Stay. No, 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 no. Alright, hang it. This is fine still. Ah, didn't quite get it. So if you have mid in the exact correct spot, his sprite weirdly overlaps with your sprite that you may have. And like basically it's just like your hair with mid's lower body or something. I don't exactly know. I've only seen it once. Either way, welcome to Crayclaw. Crayclaw absolutely loves using well, Tail Screw, which puts a character into critical HP. But you know what I like doing? I like throwing bears at my problems, and this guy only has 2000 HP. So yeah, he's also weak to lightning. I could technically just break a single lightning rod in order to defeat him. He does have pretty high physical defense, but can also be confused. You should do a run where watchers can use job fair to switch out jobs in exchange for donations. Me? I guess that could be interesting. And maybe, I did remember. Thanks, Rigodactylus. So, let's finally go to Butts' home village. Butts currently has Lena's helmet, if you want to call it Lena's helmet. Well, he actually doesn't anymore. Galuf should have it now. Yeah, Galuf has it. So here we can buy heal. This is Azuna. Basically, most negative status effects are just gone. It's white magic. It's decent. The main reason why I, however, went to this city here is because this shop here sells you things for half the price, which is convenient because I can just stock up on status recovery items for, well, half the price. So that's what we do, and some tents as well, you know, some more tents. And that's all I want. You have one team in Moor, one second is undergoing Reflect Ring grind in Barrier Tower, the third is past Rakenville and returning to Ball, and the fourth is grinding like crazy in Castle Ball because he will lose his blue mage at Moor. Fifth job, yay! Honestly, I feel like fifth job should allow you to use the abilities from your previous job still. In fact, if I play fifth job, I will use that stipulation. Because I personally don't like to just kind of lose a job and it basically feeling like dead weight, something that you don't want to use until way later. You think the fifth job should switch out the random job instead of always the earth job? Well, maybe that too. But I really just think you should be able to keep using the abilities that you have already learned on the fifth job. Or well, the fourth job, I guess. I don't like fifth job. Also, we land here because we have a Beastmaster and there is actually a pretty unique weapon right here that we can grab. We might get knocked by a few nut eaters in the meantime, but hopefully it's not gonna be too bad. Nut Eater, Poggies, Skull Eater, not Pog. Hey, we actually almost survived one of these. By the way, we have a Thunder Whip now. Thunder Whip. The name implies it is lightning element. It is not. It is actually neutral element, however it has a chance to cast lightning 1 after you attack with it. So it is kind of lightning-ish, but well, not nearly as lightning as you would like it to be, honestly. But it's still a stronger whip than what we have, unless you really want to have the paralyzation property of it. Which, you know, it's a decent weapon overall. Meow, 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 meow. Bum 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 bum. Thunder equals sound caused by lightning. Math checks out. Did I buy a Void? I don't need a... well... I guess... no, I don't need a Mage Master. Nah. Might come back to bite me. Wait, we have White Mage, we have Mute anyways, never mind. Alrighty, what can we do against Adam and Timmy? I mean, we have full damage from the back row with armor and white mage heals, so we don't really need to do anything against Adam and Timmy in the first place. Are we going to realize... You just realized Beastmaster, we're gonna see some Fire Reflect action against Carpetman. Actually no, for two reasons. One, you actually still select the fight command in order to try and use the whip, even though the only thing that actually lands on the boss is technically a spell, because you selected the fight command. That is what the game actually checks for, whether it's going to be resetting or not. So it will actually still reset despite you technically casting a spell on him. And two, the fire butte actually hits like a truck, so I would likely just knock myself out here trying to reflect that, so to speak. It's a clever idea, but unfortunately the game is not quite that clever to allow for it. You know, let's just go for it, or whatever. I was considering just capturing a random enemy for this, but it'll be fine. I need to capture an eagle though. You feel like you've seen him reset against scroll through? Yeah, throw command is not specifically a spell, so he resets against scrolls. Scrolls deal magic damage, but he doesn't care about the damage type. The only thing he cares about is which command you selected in order to like hit him with. Alrighty, welcome to Adam and Timmy. I'm gonna haste you first. So, we have the amazing ability to haste ourselves, slow our opponent, and armor ourselves up. Adam and Timmy is pretty straightforward in how it works. It attacks twice, then it attacks once. Then it attacks twice, then it attacks once. That's literally all Adam and Timmy ever does. It has decently high physical defense. It is weak to Ice Element if you have some form of, well, Ice Elemental type of damage. so you could be technically using them. But because we are kind of sitting in the back row here, we're effectively reducing the damage by 4 times, and having a decently strong healer, and being way faster thanks to, you know, speed up. We're largely fine, and we don't have to worry too much about this guy, although our damage output isn't that great. Gonna start regenerating up everybody. In the meantime, the Beastmasters are starting to hit him. Yeah. He only has 2000 HP, so we're basically fighting Galura 2.0, I suppose you could say. Wow, that's actually a lot less damage than I anticipated it would be. It's almost not worth attacking with Galef and Lena here. Oh yeah, he also has auto-protect and shell, which means all the damage we do to him is also halved. Good point, kinda forgot about that part. But hey, we will eventually get him. I actually really like the concept of white mages being able to equip the whip weapons, because they actually hit pretty well with a lot of the whip type weapons overall. Can I slow you? Spells that have a chance to hit, like slow, well, they have a reduced chance to hit because he has automatic shell. And shell doesn't just reduce the magic damage received by half, it also reduces the chance of spells hitting by half. Did I hit everybody with regen? I don't remember. But I think you can technically slow Timmy. Might just take a few tries. I like how Ferris, who uses a weapon that does not deal full damage from the back row, is dealing more damage than the Beastmaster, just because her weapon has a much higher baseline damage power. Alright, and we are gonna win here, because Timmy is slowed, we are hasted, which means we go about 4 times faster than Timmy. And we have regeneration on us, so we continuously heal, and if that wasn't enough, I could just cast Cure 2 on everybody to heal even more. So, might not be fast, but it's completely safe. I could just break an Ice Rod and end this fight super quickly, because Ice Rod deals like 1200 damage. But, you know, this is fine. Alright, who's going to get the killing blow? My bet is for Ferris. Even though Moth, of course, has the highest probability. Any bosses weak to capture? After Phoenix down the diner, anything seems possible. Actually, no. I do not think you can ever capture any boss. You can capture certain forced encounters, but that's about it. But there are a bunch of bosses susceptible to control, or at least parts of the bosses, so to speak. Can you capture Galura, the non-boss version? I actually don't know. Galura, new Galura. Galore. Catch. You cannot control... No, cannot. You cannot control or catch a Galore outside Walls Tower. Oh, and Butts got the killing blow. As expected, but you know. I actually didn't even think about what I'm gonna do against rocket launchers and thingy-majigs. The Thunder Whip got the killing blow. I mean, he was wielding the Thunder Whip, so by proxy it is, but... You know what? I'm just gonna take the easy route out today. This is more of a casual run anyways, and I like it casual and comfy once in a while. So I'm probably just gonna buy a bunch of Thunder Rods and break those. I think that's a fair solution. This was the whip's casting lit one. Oh yeah, but Butts was wielding the whip. And any action performed by the whip does not occur unless Butts specifically uses the whip. We're off. How many lightning rods do we need? 8? Let's go for 9. Should have enough money for 9 either way. Also, I will want to turn a second person into a time mage. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll just wait until Ferry's turn comes back around. Maybe we discovered that it's perfectly sufficient. Oh, I need to sell a few things. Not gonna use flails anyways. Don't have ninjas, can't use a full moon. Alright. 9 Thunder Rods are easily sufficient for this. I do want to briefly actually run around here and capture an A-guild, however. So there's these weird thingies that when they attack they have a chance to put the aging status effect on you with their special attack. I want to capture one of these A-guild enemies, or A-gear, these ones, exactly. They have about 190 HP or something like that. 76 times 2. Do you one-shot them? You do, so that's just slightly too much damage. Skin. It has 180 HP divided by 8. Let's see, 160, 76 and a half. Round it down. Okay, that's like 22. Okay, 22 HP or less remaining. Hit that one. 76 plus 76. It's not a good number right now. Let's see, don't kill it. Ah, she kills it. You deal too much damage. That's a weird thing to say to Lena. I mean, she doesn't really usually lag far behind in damage, but it's just kind of fun. Right, now, this actually might just be good enough. There we go, nice. Good job, Galef. Galef captured the thing, and now it's just finish off the last one here. What is your final estimate for this run? Well, I would say about 15 hours. I don't plan on doing this in one sitting. Well, maybe a bit more, depending on how much I decide to do in the end game. But I think 15 hours is a fair estimate, give or take like a few hours. If I'm going straight through anyways. Because this team is pretty competent. It's not the most powerful it can be, but pretty solid. So I would say it can go pretty quick. Alrighty, so this is what I bought the lightning rods for, or thunder rods I guess they're called. Because all of these things are weak to lightning. They have about 2000 HP. So I need to break 2 lightning rods. 2400, 2500. Around that mark. So I need to break the lightning rods in order to defeat them. I could just attack them instead as well. The flame guns, they just deal damage. This is literally all the flame guns ever do. The main reason why I decided to go for the thunder rod route is because of the potential for other enemies here to cast, well, more devastating magic on us. Specifically, nah, still the same ones. There's also rocket launchers who have 2 attacks. One is missile, which is 75% of our current health and damage. So it's just a percentage-based damage attack, it never actually kills us. Or the rocket punch, which deals 50% of our current health and damage. Again, it never directly kills us, but the rocket punch also confuses your characters. And when your characters get confused, then they will, well, just do things that are not good for your team. And potentially getting your entire team confused could be pretty bad. Actually, you know what? I didn't even think about this. I was thinking, I don't really need the healing staff. But actually, the healing staff would be really, really good to counteract confusion. Because if a character is confused, you can give another character the healing staff and just whack them with it. They get healed and they get knocked out of confusion, which is actually really nice. Usually I just think of the healing staff as a tool that casts Cure 2 without you having to invest any MP. And especially like Time Mage, for example, can actually equip staves and they cannot naturally cast Cure 2 unless you give them white magic. A white mage or a Time Mage like that could also cast well, Cure 2 with the staff. So it's actually kind of neat to just whack somebody out of confusion. Or singing, for that matter. Plus it never misses, so that helps. Then again, the confused character can neither dodge nor block, so there's that too. I don't know whether it counteracts, like, inherent weapon mischance, though. By the way, this cutscene here changes depending on when you watch it. Like, I think when you meet King Tycoon and Ferris and Lena figure out that they're actually sisters, that's when it initially changes, I think. And then if you go here after Galef leaves or something like that, because King Tycoon is gone. I actually don't know how many versions of the cutscene there is. I don't even know what their exact contents are either. If somebody knows a comprehensive structure for this cutscene in particular, I would actually be kind of curious to learn. I'm just too lazy to test myself. There's like some high potions in the castle too, which is a good reason by itself to come here, even if you don't necessarily need any of the weapons from the storage. Lazy mode as possible. I feel like I'm lazy very frequently. 3 scenes, one of which you can see in World 3. Oh, I see. Interesting. In World 3? You can see all 3 in World 1 though. Oh, that way around. I see. Interesting. Thank you, Samurai Goro. Is my approximate like idea on when the scenes change kind of somewhat correct? Because I would assume that's when they change. Because it's really all about Sarisa and Lena. Or Salsa, I guess. Last one can be seen after the gala flees the party. I see. Neat. If you're trying to go really fast, none of these weapons are really worthwhile to get, honestly. Like, it's just really nice to have a bunch of these. Specifically, the healing stuff he gives you, presumably he took it out of the chest beforehand, as well as the other weapons you can just have in order to sell them. Then again, technically I can use the katana if I get a samurai next. I kind of forgot that's an option in 40 with Crystal. Alright. Now that we have the healing stuff, I have a better way of knocking allies out of their confusion. And there's the rocket punch. The rocket punching machines. And there goes Lena. You know what? This is fine. Don't proc the lightning! Well, the rocket punch did cause us to knock out one of our own allies. Maybe not in the traditional way. I was just too lazy to equip the healing stuff, despite that's literally what I got it for. But, you know. I figured, it's not gonna be enough damage to knock out Lena. Little did I know. It was just about enough damage. I could have also cast heal. You know, that is actually an excellent point. I could have cast heal. I actually forgot about that part. I even picked up the heal spell and, well, still don't think about it. Alrighty, and the reason why I have an additional lightning staff is because the cannon here is the next boss. This is Soul Cannon. The main thing itself has 12,500 HP and is weak to lightning, so that's nice. But more importantly, there's 2 little launchers on its back that have 800 HP each, and they are the big problem and the reason why I want to smash a lightning rod right here. They actually just barely survived that. Let's hope that we knock them out anyways. Oh no, I should not have attacked with both of you at the same time. Alright, Galaf hit the correct one as well. Good. Good. So, now we just need to try and hit Soul Cannon. Soul Cannon works in a reasonably straightforward way, let's put it this way. And all we need to do for Soul Cannon here is we need to slow it down. Because almost every boss can be slowed down, actually. Wait a sec, I can finally slow down Exter. Oh my goodness, the combo! Sorry. I just remembered something. Alrighty, then we haste Butts. Because he's the most important one, since he has the highest damage output. And then we attack. There's no point in equipping or giving anybody armor, because all Soul Cannon does, it attacks once it charges fully up. And it takes like 7 turns initially to charge fully up, and then 2 more? Or 3? I think it's 3. In order to then subsequently attack again. Every time Soul Cannon attacks, it deals 50% of our maximum health and damage to all party members. But thanks to us having white magic, it really is not that big of a deal. Yep, that's all there is to this. But yeah, normally this is one of these fights where it might take you quite a while to knock this out, especially if you have characters that can't really deal much damage, like Geomancer, for example, is pretty terrible in this fight, unfortunately, as good as it was against the little cannons, because this thing is weak, immune to wind damage, and all Geomancer deals wind-based damage here. Alright, and now we just tell everybody to attack, heal once in a while, and then we win. Thanks to the powers of haste and slow, this poor thing has absolutely no chance against us. It's not the fastest way to do it. I could have just bought and broken more light thunder rods if I wanted to. But, you know, it's fine. Does equipped whips come with strength bonus? Yes, strength and agility bonus actually. Although the Beastmaster agility is so average that it's almost unnoticeable. Beast is stronger than you realized. You had it in 2 Fiesta, the first you didn't know about Blaze, Breathwing and Lightning. Oh yeah, those are some strong attacks. Indeed. Fire! No, I could heal, but at the same time, it's not gonna attack for quite a while anymore, so I might as well just keep attacking until it's about to fire again. But chances are pretty decent that we will knock it out before that happens. I did not keep track of damage. But yeah, Blaze, Breathwing and Lightning, as you say, all of these are amazing for, especially in the late game stages, to defeat bosses that are just really strong. And also, something like if you capture a Stingray. Stingray absolutely demolishes the barriers on Necrophobe, because it deals like 5000 damage to all barriers or something. I don't remember how much exactly it is, but it's a lot. Alright, great success. Let's move on. Have you done a Let's Play style casual run of this? Perhaps something on YouTube? I actually have never done a more or less casual play of this, honestly. it's always kind of been with some form of challenge or stipulation attached. Do we want to take these? Sure, let's go. Alright, so these guys here, I actually want to capture one of these guys. So, when you catch one of the Lunker Knights, all they do is they... do a physical attack. A decently strong physical attack. Not as strong as bears, actually. But I do, in fact, want to capture one of these. I think they have about 1000 HP, so it's the same as the bears for that matter. But they deal just the right amount of damage that we can do a little trick against the boss coming up. That's going to be basically the main source of my, well, strategy to defeat the next boss. It is a unintended method of defeating the boss, you could say, a glitch. That is indeed accurate. So yeah, I didn't count damage, but we do have scan, I could do that instead in theory. Let's just slow these guys. Okay. I'm gonna try... Wait, no. Lena is the one that needs to catch, so let's scan this guy. Needs to have 125 or less HP remaining. Oh, 92. Actually, I only have 860 HP. Ferris is not gonna kill him, they have too much physical defense, so this is fine. We should be able to capture him here. Very good. Alright, thank you. And we're out of here. We could technically defeat the rest of them, but we don't really have any particularly strong damage output naturally. All we have is trickery. To be fair, our trickery bag is amazing. But just straight up killing regular enemies is not our forte. A job restriction run or something would be entertaining to you. What I have done is one of the runs was... Every year there is the Final Fantasy Fiesta between Seven Sins and Background Guy 02, where they play through the entirety of the Final Fantasy series, and one of their rule sets, they usually add like a bunch of rules on top of it, but one of them that is consistent is that they never run away from any battle. They have to fight everything, no matter how terrible. So, I actually usually play alongside them when they arrive at Final Fantasy V, because I just really like that game. I think that should be highlighted somewhere. I think that's exported to YouTube. I'm honestly not entirely sure about that. I'm going out of my way. I usually don't go out of my way to grab this Phoenix Stone. There is a gold shield in that chest over there. It's the best shield we technically can currently have, but you know, I don't even have a shield user yet. But yeah, it would probably be something like Final Fantasy Fiesta on my channel. My channel on YouTube, by the way, is Don Yagamoth. That's me. I don't know who got the original name on YouTube, but I know who got the original name on Twitter. I did. Before I knew what Twitter was, and then of course I didn't have the email or stuff associated with it anymore, so can't really get it. Until I'm super celebrity and famous and Twitter is actually going to listen or something. Let's see. But I have basically all solo character challenge runs on YouTube at this point, I think. Some of them are unfortunately a little bit incomplete, but besides that everything should be over there. Pure chaos. No cursing, people. They were just there earlier. That's okay. I do also have some narrated playthrough on YouTube. There is a bunch of, well, playthroughs. Let's put it that way. Is there anything really unique you can do with Dragoon? You feel like it's just an underwhelming knight and don't really synergize with other classes. Yeah, that's kind of mostly its biggest downside. The Dragoon is just a class that is super sturdy because it's effectively a tank in the back row with heavy armor and shields. It is very self-sufficient, but it also doesn't really synergize with much else. There is technically some synergy with other classes. Aside from the traditional, you give Lancet to like mages, so they can absorb HP and MP from enemies. There is the very obscure one, where if you give jump to a dancer with the Man-Eater dagger, the Man-Eater dagger for whatever reason is classified as a spear and deals double damage when you use the jump with it. It's weird. Aside from that, it's just kind of straightforward, decently strong. You can solo Shinryu with a Dragoon just repeatedly jumping and a good bit of luck, but that's about it. And yes, it was very good Actylus said. Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate part. Dragoon is one of these classes which I would like to slightly adjust and alter personally, so it synergizes a bit better with other classes, although I'm not entirely sure what I would add. It only has 3 abilities that you can learn or master from it. Yeah, I personally like Dragoon, but there's no denying that it doesn't have particularly great synergy. Dragoon saved you a lot in grinding in Fiesta run simply because it was the only class with enough HP to survive Almagest. Nice. You can jump over Almagest too if you, well, time it well, but it's kind of difficult. But yes, that's kind of how that looks. Speaking of how that looks, here's a fun one. This is Archeo Avis. Archeo Avis is a big winged snake thingy that starts with really high physical defense and ends with really low physical defense but ridiculous magic defense, as well as complete immunity to all magic elements. So, how do we defeat this guy? Let's put it this way. The way this guy works, it is 5 different forms. The first 4, you actually don't see a transition between them, have 1600 HP each, and the initial form is wind. It's actually weak to wind too, curiously enough. Second one is ice, then fire, then lightning, if I'm not mistaken. Whenever it's an element, it absorbs that element, except for wind for whatever reason. And yeah, it can be tricky to take down, especially in the final phase where it has 2500 HP. That is when you see the visual transformation between the guy. And each form, he has basically the same 3 things he can do. He can do a regular physical attack, he can do a physical attack with an added status effect. Initially the status effects are rather inconsequential, but the further forms you get, the more devastating they can be. And then he also has an elemental attack based on which element he is. So that's usually 25% of her maximum health is gonna be gone. So either way, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna haste Lena, because I hope she's gonna go before Galef here. There it is, because Lena has a Lonka Knight captured, which should deal just under 1600 damage. There, 1566. And the reason why that's relevant is because I have Rainbow Wind on this thing here, which inflicts blind and silence as well as HP leak status. So that means HP leak status continuously just drains a character's HP very quickly. It's like poison but faster. And there's 2 things that do not trigger counterattacks. And it just so happens that Archeo Avis counterattacks his phase change into the next phase. So basically, if you deal 9999 damage on the first form, the damage does not carry over to the next form. It just counterattacks to, oh, I'm dead in the first form, let me just switch into the second form. However, if you counterattack Archeo Avis with a monk, for example, or you use a passive status effect like HP leak, it does not counter... well... it does not counterattack either, and consequently it does not switch to the next forms. And it just so happens that Lonka Knight and Aegir is reasonably reliable in just knocking this guy out. Also yes, the Twin Lance does double damage with the jump, but also the Twin Lance's regular attack is already double damage, which does not proc on a jump. I forgot to unequip Galuf. It's fine. Lancet or Dragoon, or I actually don't know what it's called. Let's see a chemist and break the game completely. Oh yeah, we unlock a new job, don't we? Let's see what it is. The thing is, I will probably not go for the full potential of a chemist, because that's just so much... Isn't that weird? I just think it's way too much work to set up a chemist, but I'm perfectly happy to prepare and use Beastmaster to their full extent. Fascinating to think about it that way. I didn't even consider that until now. Either way, let's see what the job is. And we get... No! I like Dragoon. I didn't want Chemist. We got Chemist. Oh boy. What's your prize? Well, I mean, cookies are next to the door when you leave. I mean, there's always a bag of cookies there. Just, I mean, the catch is you need to come and get it. But you were right, it is indeed Chemist. Alrighty, Chemist. It is basically the class that basically embodies the concept of knowledge is power, but like quite literally. Because there is so many chemist mixes that do ridiculously crazy things that you cannot get duplicated effects in any other capacity otherwise. And it's just ridiculously powerful if you use it to its full extent. Free 3 crowns. I mean, I suppose. Interesting point. How do we hit Omega? I guess we can always just Drain Kiss, huh? You can always random Orochi's Omega, it's definitely an option. But it takes so long. I remember, I mean, I defeated Omega and Shinryu with a solo chemist without doing the Kiss of Blessing thing. It just took a while until I got the luck lined up, but it's definitely doable. What a nice run. Yep, we have all the support classes. Actually, it would be the perfect storm of support classes if it was Bard instead of Beastmaster. Then it was like, well, we have the perfect team of supporters, but nothing really that can do regular attacks, I suppose. You have to survive Omega stuff first? Yes. That is kind of a big catch there. Which, because we have a white mage, it's not that big of a deal as long as we have enough maximum HP. And thanks to actually having a chemist, we can double our maximum HP. So, yeah. Who are we gonna turn into a chemist? Do I have a good way to deal with Buroboros actually, aside from breaking a rod? Not really. Huh. Is that the "you're absolutely going to Fork Tower" team? Maybe. White Mage and Thai Mage both make that true. I mean, it might be interesting to not do that, but Beastmaster itself could just carry it, realistically. Well, I mean, Chemist and Beastmaster technically could. Maybe, I don't know, I haven't decided yet. And yes, there's a mix to, basically, I think it's Dragon Power, that increases your levels by 20 and makes your characters heavy. Normally, the heavy flag is something exclusive for bosses, but there's a lot of things that affect characters that are heavy, or not heavy, I guess. That heavy characters are immune, like Circle that just removes a character from combat. If we have a character that is heavy, they can no longer be removed from combat like that. So, yeah. Does Whip Paralyze effect work on the Minotaur? No, Minotaur is actually immune to literally every single status effect, curiously enough. One of the few bosses. But he can throw an assassin dagger at him to instantly kill him. I didn't know that until this year, actually. So yeah, a lot of enemies are immune to paralyzation, but actually a boss coming up that is not is Titan, actually. I forget what the chemistry maxes even are. I never remember where to fly to from this. Chaos just has so many powerful mixes, it's crazy. Yes. One of the most interesting aspects I tend to think is Chemist is if you want to kill an undead, instead of just throwing a Phoenix down at it and missing like 20% of the time, you just combine a potion and a Phoenix down in order to guarantee it hit it. It's kind of crazy. Worth noting, we actually cannot mix yet. We will be able to mix. Once we level somebody's chemist up a little bit, so it's gonna take a little while until we get to that point. You know what I'm gonna do? I think what I'm gonna do is, the way I'm incorporating the chemist is, I'm going to do minimal farming for materials. The most powerful or potent chemist mix items are Turtle Shell and Dragon Fang. If you have these available, you can do so many crazy things, especially Dragon Fangs are really good. So I'm basically just going to go ahead and whatever I get along the way I get, and not really worry too much about other things. Alright. Let me think about this. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh, actually, no, we're fine. I was about to say, do I want to go for the paralyzation, or the stop, or what do I do when I do against Titan? And then I remembered, wait a second, we're high enough level to even survive a straight up null counterattack in the first place, so this is really a non-issue. I never remember where the thingamajigs are. There it is. Alrighty, welcome to the mini-bosses at the Meteors. Ferris is almost at Time Mage level 6. I think I'm gonna turn her into a chemist afterwards. That's gonna be the plan. But for now we're just gonna keep the classes we have. This is fine. Turtle shells are relatively easy to get, Drachnfangs are a pain. Well, kind of. I do agree, as a basic assessment. It's more of a case for me, but I don't wanna fully abuse the chemist. Maybe I do. There's a lot of clever things you can do with the chemist, and it's kinda daunting to even think about all of these. Right, this is Titan, 2500 HP, and it's actually... I think you can slow it. Yep, slow works. It is also level 1, so the chance of actually hitting the spells is pretty high, let's put it this way. And the main gimmick of Titan is actually that once you kill Titan, it will counterattack with Quake, which deals about, I don't know, 300, 400 damage to your entire party. Damage. So it is potentially rather unpleasant, to say the very least. But thanks to us having grinded a little bit on the Black Flames, we should be fine, even if we get the death counter. But also, he is susceptible to being stopped. Or paralyzed, for that matter. Now the thing is, he cannot death counter when he is stopped or paralyzed. But the catch about this is more in the vein of... he is also flagged as heavy in the code, which means the status effects only last a very short amount of time. So unless I like spell him and then immediately kill him right after, he is still going to be able to counterattack. But also, we have so much HP, it should be fine either way. There it is, Earthshaker. Whew. Actually a bit closer than I expected it to be, but still good enough. It's interesting to watch someone exploit chemists, we don't see it used that often. See, that's where it's difficult for me, because I feel like I should know everything, but I actually don't like using chemists because it's so much to think about that I could technically do. It's too much, in a weird kind of twist, despite me loving the amount of option it offers. Oh, we even have Dark Matter. Right, we get one from Soul Cannon. Exploit the Chemist? Sure. I'm gonna use the Dark Matter in a specific spot though, not here. You could use the Dark Matter in order to instantly kill Chimera Brain, because it is susceptible to instant death, really. I could also just throw a bear at it, but you know, we're fine on that too. Let's see. Maiden's Kiss plus antidote would levitate us. We could have actually completely avoided getting hit by the Earthshaker on Titan if we used the Chemist mix for Maiden's Kiss plus antidote, which allows your character to levitate. It's kinda neat. You can get dark matters easier from prototypes, yes, especially with a Beastmaster in the team. Alright, slow. Chimera Brain, by the way, is not flagged as heavy. By the way, slow lasts forever until cancelled in some capacity. Fun fact. Alright, Chimera Brain I think has about 3000 HP. Its main MO is to just throw a ton of like area of effect spells at your entire party, so unless you have a good healer or a quick way of dispatching this beast, it actually can be pretty dangerous overall. But as I said, it is actually not considered heavy, so if I use Demi on this thing, which reduces his current HP by half, it actually is gonna deal a ridiculous amount of damage. Which I think is quite fascinating overall. Also because it's not heavy, if I do land the stop spell, it is immediately going to get stopped for like 3 turns or something crazy like that, and it won't be able to do much at all. Also Blaze, as much as it looks like it's fire, it's not fire, it is actually ice element. Can't you get the float spell as well? Yeah, the float spell is not until World 2. The earliest you can get it is in Zizat's castle. But yeah, I was actually thinking about that too. Oh, Time Mage has float. Oh yeah, but not yet. But yes, that is going to be a thing. Just not quite yet. So the only way to get float, the only ways to get float is actually confusing one of the birds on North Mountain and to give it an ether and hope that it casts float on you, or a Chemist mix. Both of these things work. Float is so good, yeah, it's really neat, I agree. The frogs are safe, hooray! How much money do we have? I do want to stock up on consumable or, well, items, status recovery items, which is not something I usually tend to do, but because we have a chemist, I probably should. Alrighty, trying to think, is there a clever way to deal with the Puroboros with this team here? White Mage doesn't really have anything. Oh, we can control them. Control works. Confusion does not. Yeah, for rot breaking, yeah, I know. Rot breaking is the easy way out. And it's not a bad way out. It's pretty consistent. Alright, we're gonna use the control route though. I think this is better. Well, maybe not better, but I like it better. Let's see, do I want the... I do, actually. Okay, we're gonna make a very brief visit to this little island here. There's 2 different places where you can go for prototypes. This is one of them. I would like to defeat like 2 prototypes, let's put it that way. So, we have an ability called Control. What Control does is it tries to take control of an enemy and force them to do your bidding. It's actually kind of crazy if you think about it that way, I guess. Either way, prototypes are actually ridiculously strong, but if you can control them, they will never attack you anymore. So you just make it use Exploder on itself, which deals damage equivalent to however much HP you currently have, and we win. They guaranteed to drop Dark Matters, which is one of the more rare chemist ingredients for mixing, and they also give a lot of HP experience. So this would have been actually technically a more efficient grind than the Black Flames, but you know, I forgot. Alright, I want 2 more. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want 7 total. 7 dark matter. Because we have a chemist, we might as well abuse its power. Right, control worked out perfectly here. By the way, the control doesn't have that great of a chance of success, so I'm actually getting pretty lucky that it works first try each time right now. Always get how many you need, +2. +2 you say? Alright, sure, why not? Let's get 9 then total. So that is 3 so far, 6 more. But what happens when you need 99? Then you use 2. And then get 2 more, I suppose. Ha, Rhacodactylus is in the same wavelength. Nice. But yeah, 99 is the maximum you can have of any one stack of items, I guess. Wow, I'm getting really lucky with control, just working first try each time. These things are decently dangerous, like they will one-shot one of my characters once in a while. Okay, 4 more. How much money do they give? I'm getting stupid lucky with controlling this thing all the time though. Like I don't know what the probability is, but I don't think it's that great. Not without having the Hypno Crown. Which I guess means I can't sell it this time round. Oh, also I need a ton of money for the Panaga Gourd. Huh. Must be dangerous since somebody dropped a ton of them on a small isolated island. I think the lore story is more of a concept of these things are from an ancient civilization, they just happen to be still roaming the lands over here. Alright, still works, why not? And hey, Vagabond, yes indeed, we have all classes so far. Pretty strong ones to say the least. 1 more. Actually, basically gives no money here. Oh well, it'll be fine. I was considering not hasting my characters because control seems to work so well, but you know, as soon as I consider that, apparently... Actually, no, as soon as I say it out loud, apparently, stuff happens. Imagine what the island must look like from the air. Well, considering that they disintegrate into literally nothing and leave nothing but a nice green area, probably kind of nice now. Because I'm sure there's no more of these. Alrighty. Where was I? Isn't the lore of the game that Shinryu and Omega are mortal enemies? I actually have no idea. I feel like it's more of a concept of that legends and myths tell about the mechanical beast fighting against the dragon. But considering the GBA dungeon, there's a lot more mechanical beasts. That's Final Fantasy XIV lore. Oh, interesting. Also, actually, ethers are actually useful now. Specifically, ethers can make resist poison, dark ether, dragon shield, elixir, Ether. Actually, resist fire and Dragon Shield are the best ones. I'm gonna buy afterwards. So, buying way more of these than I usually need, because we don't need that many status recovery items, but these are amazing for general purpose, so to speak, for our chemist. Especially Maiden's Kiss is really crazy good. So is Antidote. I don't know about eye drops. Alright, we have at least 40 of each. Let's invest the rest of the money into ethers, because they can also be used, and, curious enough, potions. Potions are useful for chemist mixing, as mostly pointless as they are at this point for regular use. For healing, chemist is still pretty good with that. Alrighty, Ferris is now going to be a chemist. She has mastered, well actually, mostly mastered Time Mage. Like technically, it's not a star yet, but the last ability is pointless because it allows you to equip staves and rods, and well, wouldn't you know it, chemists can actually do that already. Here we go. Alrighty, and this is going to be our setup going into... wait. Going to the next section. We still need to defeat the Puroboros. That was already in my mind going into World 2 here. But we have one more Meteor mini-boss. Right here. By the way, there's Galuras here. What do the Galuras say? Nothing. They just go away. By the way, drink is effectively drinking various potions that have various effects. For the most part, drinking the potions isn't that interesting because we can duplicate the effect via White Mage on other people. But what we cannot duplicate is the Giant Potion, which doubles our current maximum HP. And also heals us for that much. It's actually really good. Can we capture Galura? No, you can neither capture nor control regular Galuras. They are so friendly they refuse to fight in any capacity. Alrighty, welcome to Puroboros, where I'm going to haste yourself first so you can haste the others quicker. Because what we're gonna try and do, emphasis on try, is control, control. Right, you can control these guys. I'm just getting unlucky here, but that's okay. We have 3 turns before they will be able to attack us. So Puroboros, they don't do anything on the first 2 turns, and then on the 3rd turn, they have a 1 in 3 chance to explode, which deals damage equivalent to their current HP, which they have 1500 maximum HP, so it's actually quite a lot actually. So I'm going to tell this guy to explode onto his body, because we can't control them. That is an option. So you're going to... they are not heavy, are they? Are they heavy? Nope, they're not heavy. So I can deal basically 750 damage to this guy. Oof, not getting lucky with control this time round. Alright, 1 explodes, somebody's gonna die. Oh, and you're gonna revive your body, because that's just how my luck works. It comes in spikes. I respect it. Wait, are you still oh, it's still controlled. Oh, that's not good at all. Oh, that's not good at all. I'm dead. Alright. Alright, so basically what happened there is if you explode a Puroboros... Actually, no, let me back off real quick. If you defeat the Puroboros via physical attacks, while it can counterattack in some capacity, it will cast Life 2 on all its allies that have fallen. Life 2, reviving them with full HP. So this is a little bit of a problem, because I missed my controls at the beginning for so long that I couldn't immediately remove one of them or two of them. So when I finally managed to do that, one of the other ones already exploded and revived the two that, well, got knocked out. So that was significantly less than ideal. Oh my goodness, again? Okay, Butts at least gets to control. So, I need to haste up Butts here. So he can tell it to explode onto one of his buddies. And yes, I could just break rods with a time mage. That would be the easy solution, to just area of effect them down. But, you know, this is more fun. Either way, this will make this guy cast life 2 on his body that just knocked him out, but it's still under our control. So in a weird kind of twist, this still works. And this guy here, I'm gonna tell that it should cast Exploder on itself, because while enemies are under control, they will not counterattack. Same with this guy here, I'm gonna tell it to explode on itself. Not going to reduce that guy's HP sufficiently, so not going to be able to deal too much damage to us. Come on, explode please. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I didn't. Wait, this is fine. Because both of them were under my controller, so it didn't matter which one I exploded onto which one. That's okay, and this one we survived because it didn't have enough HP. Alright, we are fine. Haste in order to make the... Actually, that's pretty clever. I could haste the controlled enemy to make it act faster. Thank you, Samurai Guru. I never actually considered that part. That is really clever. Alright, dummy this guy again. Control. Control. But unless I'm a big doofus at this point, we should easily win this. One way I could lose this still is if I were to directly attack one of them, so they will be able to counterattack and revive all of their buddies. Hey, we finally got the thing in. Alright, I'm gonna haste you so it can act before its buddy. I hope that was Exploder. It wasn't Exploder, was it? I just had it attack itself. And now it's hasted. Alright, this should be fine. You explode onto... Actually, it doesn't matter which one explodes onto the lower one. You just explode, and you explode too. GG. So yeah, what we could have done is we could have just used the Time Mage and broken lightning fire or ice rods on them in order to just area effect them down, and it would have been pretty easy. But this was more fun. Also, what? Purple bombs? Yup. What? Thank you so much for 51 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Unless I'm forgetting something, we're just gonna go in here. Let's go. Happy Sunday. Indeed. Thank you. Why do you call him Greg? Final Fantasy 14 thing, apparently. Don't know. Exactly. In order to advance the story, you have to use a tent or a cabin here. So here we are. Alright, hello! Ah, you can even control these. Wait, no, cannot control these guys. So I don't really have good way of taking care of this guy, so I'm just gonna wait until we done. Do we have two Beastmasters right now? I think we do. Oh! Oh no. Alright, hang on. Let me think about this. This is fine, but... Oh man, alright. So, okay, here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to, give Galuf the ability to mix and make a death potion. But the catch is, in order to do that, I would need to grind quite a bit in order to unlock the mixing ability on the chemist. And I don't want to grind that much. For some reason, I keep thinking that the innate ability of a chemist is to be able to mix. No, it's just the thing that you know most about it. Just get a jail bear. You know what? We can do that actually. It's an interesting point. But yeah, I wanted to make a death potion on Gilgamesh because you can actually instantly kill Gilgamesh. You both skip his dialogue as well as... him actually dropping an elixir if you kill him instead of letting him run away, because that's a difference. You can straight up kill Gilgamesh. The easiest way to do this is with a Blue Mage Deathclaw ability actually, where for some reason he doesn't run away. Jailbear is same 2200 damage. I'm pretty sure Jailbear is less damage than Sandbear, but it still should be easily enough to knock out X-Death. I don't remember how much HP they have though. And I'm slow! You meanie! Weakness some more. Oh my goodness, I'm too slow. I'm out of here. So rude. By the way, Tarantula are some of the very few enemies that cast slow when you catch and release them, which is very interesting. Make sure you scan this real quick. It's very interesting to be able to cast slow. The main problem about actually casting slow via Tarantula is if you catch and release an enemy, instead of using the level of the character that caught and released, it actually considers the level of the creature that you caught and released, which it makes sense. It's just that it's kind of inconvenient, because Tarantulas are not that high of a level, where you would like to use this against X-Death at the end of World 2, but the probability of hitting is just really low. Could I just get a single Jailbear, please? I would appreciate that. There it is. Alright. Let's see real quick. I already forgot the number. It was like 440 HP or something. 380. 158... 158 remains. $96 would be too much, but I don't think I can capture him yet. Pretty sure. Yeah. So I need to deal even less damage than this. Ow. Maybe initially the Thunder Whip would have worked. That should be fine. Well, the beauty of actually still having the knife. Nice. Alright, we have a bear! It's not Bearaga, it's more actually like Beara. Actually, yeah, that's pretty a good description of this one here. It's not Bearaga, it's bear. Beara. Basic knife proves useful again. Always keep. Yeah, I pretty much always keep the knife. Like, if nothing else, you can use it to knock allies out of confusion or sleep as well, without damaging them. Hello! I have bear. Beara. Bonk. Good enough. Didn't get the elixir. Well, I suppose the correct tense at this point is I had bear. No, I don't have bear anymore. Maybe I should get another bear. Let's see, how much damage did he deal? 380 HP it was, right? Don't... Ah! That would be perfect if you didn't proc the lightning. Because we could use something in order to deal with Gilgamesh coming up, honestly. Because this is the one Gilgamesh that you can't instantly kill, is it? Well, actually one of two. Yeah. Beware of Caliph bearing gifts. In your country you have every right to bear arms, but in Final Fantasy V world you have to have the whole rest of the bear to have bear arms. Yes. I mean, it's kind of inhumane to... just only have the bear and not the arms. If you ask me anyways. Dimmer. Oh wait, I actually still have two Beastmasters in my party by accident. Whoops, sorry! I need at least one time each. I forgot to switch that back, I didn't even think about it. So, by 4-job Fiesta rules, you should always have at least one of each of the jobs in your party. I just forgot to switch it back over. Big whoops. Not my intention. Actually... yeah, this is correct. I want control. Nah, white magic is better. Illegal run, reporting the speed police. Wow. Alright, by the way, always something I love pointing out. So you basically have your laying down sprite on the ground for when you try to sneak past these gates, even though Gallof just perfectly fine walk past. But that's besides the point. But if you put a different character in the lead, suddenly you have Lena doing her best left B Luigi impression from Smash Bros. You have Gallof doing his best, well, spider crawl impression or whatever you call that. And Sonic is doing her best Ferris impression. I just did say that the wrong way around, didn't I? Whatever. This is fine. Gallof is the Limbo champion, that's why he is the king. Yep. Oh god, now I'm thinking of that other Limbo thing. Has anybody watched Mandalore Gaming on YouTube? Because, oh dear. He's the king of Limbo. We do have no idea. I don't use any arms. Aside from my own. So these things have only like 500-ish HP, which, to be fair, is still a decent amount, to say the very least. So... oh wait, that didn't give you... ah, shoot. You have control still. I don't know whether you can control these things. Okay, you can technically control these things. They have a 1 in 16 chance to drop a high potion. They are actually decently dangerous. Also, fun fact, the passive effect of a chemist is that the potions heal twice as much. It's kinda interesting, to say the least. Alright, I forgot to... Hey, we actually got a high potion. I forgot to give you equip whips back. That way you can actually equip the whips. You know, the good weapon, so to speak. As well as, you know what, Galef? Can you equip whips? You cannot equip whips. You could equip whips. But you also want to learn catch and release. It'll be fine. We soon have actually some offensive dimensional magic. Soon. Either way, aside from this first encounter, every other encounter, as long as you walk properly, like approximately the path I'm walking right now, you can avoid all the other encounters on the bridge. Also, welcome to Gilgamesh number 2. He has 6,500 HP, I think. And once you deal some amount of damage, he's gonna go into phase 2, which is pretty crazy. But we actually have a really weird spell called Void, which prevents all spell casting, which does not normally work in boss fights, but it works in this one. So we can actually just use it here in a weird kind of twist, I guess. So I'm gonna basically buff everybody up and then I will just do that. Because when he drops below a certain threshold of HP, he's going to haste shell and armor himself up, basically taking half damage and taking his turns twice as quick. Pretty much what I'm doing actually most of the time, thinking about it that way. So that's exactly what I will want to do myself instead, rather than giving him the opportunity to do that. So basically I'm just gonna buff myself with half damage from physical attacks with armor. I'm gonna haste everybody as well, so we are, well, twice as quick. I'm gonna slow him down because of course you can do that. Lana doesn't have anything to do. Just gonna have her attack, I guess. We're gonna slow him down, or at least try. Very nice. Now he does even less. We're gonna armor Galef and Ferris up as well. And then we're going to cast regeneration on everybody, so everybody is going to get health regenerated over time, which is kind of convenient. And then we also cast regen, I guess. Should have given Lena something else aside from control, because you can't control most bosses, this one included. Alright, we have everybody fully buffed up, and him fully buffed down. So what do? We just start attacking now at this point. And the right mage deals the most damage, because of course he does. And do I have a good weapon for you? I do not. You don't have equipped whips. So I guess Mithril Knife it is. Actually, you cast Void. So now, nobody can cast spells anymore. I hope I didn't forget anything. But yeah, everything is blocked now. You can still drink stuff. And double my HP, but it's not really all that necessary. So we just go in the front row and start doing physical attacks. And as soon as he does the phase change, which I have no idea when it's gonna happen because I didn't pay attention, we're just going to go ahead and release the bear. And hey Gunarm Dime, welcome! Nice I win team? Yes. It's a very much I win team. That is very accurate. Maybe I should have Galuf masked or get Beast Mastered at point as well, where he can equip whips. Because whips are going to be effectively our strongest spells. Haste, ineffective. Shell, ineffective. And jump. As well as armor, ineffective somewhere in there. Jump actually still deals really high damage. Well, actually, it would if we didn't have armor up. And regeneration. And he can't move properly because, you know, we are hasted, he's slowed, we go about 5 times faster than him. It's just unfair. I love this team, by the way, in terms of just concept. Whipped into shape. He has urgent business. Goodbye. Actually, he is immune to instant death, isn't he? Actually, even if it wasn't... I didn't have mix yet anyways. When do I get mix? No idea. I'm not even level 1 chemist yet. Also, Galuf, how far are you from equipping whips? It's actually not too far, but nah, it's fine. Heavy is not the same as immunity to instant death, actually. There is different types of instant death. There is the time magic equivalent of instant death, which does target heavy and not heavy, but there's also the status of instant death, which you need to have a separate immunity for. By the way, that is the... Bone Mail gives you immunity to do that kind of instant death, like Doom from a Black Mage, but it does not give you immunity to instant death from a X-Zone from a Time Mage, if that makes sense. Let's see, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh on the bridge. Yep, he's immune actually to instant death. The one on the boat is not, so that's where I can use a death potion. At the latest I will want to have the death potion available at Curio Plant, I guess. Which is why we got the Dark Malice in the first place. Also, welcome to World 2 proper. Where normally the best thing to buy is high potions, but you know, I have white and time mage, I don't really need that for the most part. So what I'm actually looking for is the Revivify, also known as Holy Waters, for the chemist mixes, because those are gonna be what really helps me make some of the more, well, some more crazy mixes, let's put it that way. Alrighty, welcome to Rugor, which also actually, thinking about it, this is where we get a decent upgrade for our weaponry for... Correction, this is where we would get a decent upgrade for our weaponry for our Beastmaster, because the... I'm not gonna worry about speed potions. Because the chain is actually a really good whip. Like, it is stronger than the lightning chain, but also can still paralyze, which paralyzation is generally much better than just a lightning 1 proc. So it's a really good whip. And I would like to have at least one, preferably 2. Don't need the Gearman, don't need the Full Moon, can't use the Ancient Sword or a Katana. Can use the Green Beret, why does nobody have that equipped? Don't need that thing. Don't need that thing. Alright, I'd like to have 2 chains, please. Oh, I forgot spells. Spells are a thing too. Is this where Train Break and Bio? We can't use these. There we go, Comet. Our Time Mage now actually has an offensive spell. It's not reliable, but it's actually kind of surprisingly good in a lot of circumstances, because it goes straight through reflecting shields when enemies could reflect, so to speak. And also it does go... It's neutral damage, and it's completely independent of your magic power. Which I suppose that's not necessarily a good thing. Either way, I'm going to buy a few Revivifies, and I think that's it for now here. Alrighty. We could actually do a bit of grinding inside the castle, so this is kind of unique to specifically having a Beastmaster here. But what we can do is we could give everybody control and go in here to face a bunch of shield dragons. Shield dragons are a very annoying type of enemy, and also stupid strong, and worst of all, once they drop below half HP, they run away. Unless you specifically have a Beastmaster with control, they are really irritating to try and defeat, let's put it that way. But yeah, it's a really good grinding spot for experience, but I don't really plan on doing that currently. We have a Chemist, we have a White Mage, we have a Time Mage. There's not a whole lot that can stand in our way. Actually, the biggest thing I'm thinking of is Almagest, but we just need like 2 or 3 more levels and we're probably good on that end too. However, I'm also thinking that this is probably just about a decent stopping point for now. So I think that's what I will be doing. I do hope I get more sleep soon, so I can just continue going for the streams, but for now I think it's a fine time to rest. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night everybody. Thank you very much.